Then, good evening and welcome. I am Paul Alpert, the Planning Board Chair. This is an open meeting of the Needham Planning Board. Today is Monday, March 28th, 2022,
of Corp.
and it is 7:05 p.m. This meeting is being conducted remotely, consistent with current state regulations, and is being recorded. Public access to this meeting does not ensure that there will be public participation unless required by law. This meeting will not have public comment except in connection with any hearing that is on the agenda. And we are chock full of hearings tonight. We have 4 planning board hearings, and then a statutory hearing on a bylaw amendment that will be before town meeting. So the 4 planning board meetings are, the 4 planning board hearings are first, the matter of Needham Gateway LLC, property located at 100 and 120 Highland Avenue, regarding the installation and use of an additional dumpster enclosure. And then we have a hearing for Latin A Group LLC, doing business as Latina Kitchen, the property located at 30 Dedham Avenue, regarding a permit for outdoor seating for the season. Then we have a hearing for Dora Travel Sanchez Laz, manager of Eat Farmhouse LLC, with regard to, again, or similarly, a request to permit outdoor seating by the Farmhouse Restaurant in Needham Center for the season. And a hearing on a request by the town of Needham to amend the special permit for the municipal Chapel Street parking lot, which would allow restaurants that border the parking lot to have outdoor seating in the parking lot. Then we have, as I mentioned, a public hearing on a warrant article to amend the zoning bylaw with regard to brew pubs and microbrewery as permissible uses in town. Those are the public hearings for which we will be allowing public comment. We will now confirm that we have a quorum of the members of the planning board present. When I call your name, please respond that you are present. After we determine that a quorum is present, we will introduce the planning department staff. So, members of the planning board, Adam Block.
Present.
Marty Jacobs.
Present.
Natasha Espada.
Present.
And Jean McKnight.
Present.
We have a full house, all 5 of us are here. And our planning director, Lee Newman,
Present.
and our assistant planning director, Alexandra Clee.
Present.
Okay, ground rules. The ground rules for this meeting are designed to allow for an accurate public record. Each of the speakers on our agenda will be introduced. After speakers conclude their remarks, each board member will be asked by name for any comment, questions, or motions. All votes will be by roll call. For each participant, please remember to state your name for the record before speaking. For each person from the public who is recognized to speak, please remember to state your name and address for the record before speaking. That concludes our introductory remarks. It is now 7:09 p.m. I am calling the public hearing that was scheduled for 7 p.m. with regard to an amendment to major project site plan special permit number 2005-07, Needham Gateway LLC, the petitioner for property located at 100 and 120 Highland Avenue, regarding the request for the installation and use of an additional dumpster enclosure with up to 3 additional trash dumpsters within the enclosure for cardboard only, to be located within the parking lot. This is a continuation of a hearing from March 15th. And I see that we have been joined by the petitioner, the manager of the petitioner, Mike Moskowitz, and his counsel, Rick Mann. So, Rick, if you would bring us up to date, I'd appreciate it.
Yes. Is Wayne Kiefner joining us as well? Alex, is he on?
Sorry, tell me the name I'm looking for. Wayne?
Wayne Kiefner.
Yes. Yep, didn't realize. Sure thing.
So good evening, members of the members of the board. My name is Rick Mann. I'm the attorney for Needham Gateway LLC. With me this evening, is Mike Moskowitz. It's been a long day. And Wayne Kiefner, who is with the BSC group, the parking engineer, who prepared the parking evaluation. Before I begin, I just want to again apologize for yet another unfortunate incident that occurred last week. On Monday, March 21, Mr. Moskowitz discovered that a dumpster was again placed along the residential property abutting line, contrary to the express instructions that he had given all of the tenants. It took until Tuesday to confirm who actually was responsible for that particular dumpster. It turned out again to be Omaha Steaks. It happened as a result of the tenant not realizing that a new dumpster was being brought in. They thought they were simply going to take the filled dumpster out, but apparently the contractor, who was not in the line of communication, placed that dumpster on the abutting line. It took 2 or 3 days before we could finally get them to remove it. And again, we apologize to the neighborhood. We're hoping that by instituting a online access to the existing cameras and adding 3 additional cameras within the parking lot, that situations like this can be avoided in the future. We also, at the last meeting, we spoke about a number of things, one of which was providing some sort of a submission of some details relative to the dumpster enclosure itself and the dumpsters within, in order to make sure that those were going to be accessible, and also to determine exactly how the contractors would come in and out of the site to dispose of the cardboard materials within those dumpsters. As a result of that, we submitted a plan last week, which I presume the members of the board have now received, which I'm going to ask Mr. Moskowitz to put on the screen, beginning with the site plan showing the location of the dumpsters once again. This plan, if you do, yeah, exactly. So we can see at the bottom of the plan in yellow is the location, which is the same location as at the last hearing. Up in the right-hand corner is the existing dumpster enclosure that is not being utilized, but is going to be in part remaining and in part removed. I'm going to let Mr. Moskowitz walk you through those 2 elements of the existing enclosure, so there's no mistake about what's staying and what's leaving.
So the piece of fence that's staying is the red line, and it runs from the property line to the corner of the building. And then the 2 fence structures that are the blue line make the corral, and those sections will be removed.
In addition, at the last meeting, it was asked that we provide some sort of a narrative relative to exactly how the contractors would get in and out off of 2nd Avenue to make their both the picking up and disposal of the cardboard. And again, Mike prepared a plan and a narrative for that. If you could put that on, Mike.
Well, the plan of how the truck is going to come is actually on this drawing. So the truck will come in from 2nd Ave and pretty much put the back of the truck between spots two and three. They're just labeled so we can reference it. The truck is about 25 feet long and 9.5 feet wide. So the dumpster, the new corral here, if approved, would have a door at this end, and the door would swing towards Second Ave. The dumpsters would roll out, they get attached to the truck via cable, they're lifted up and dumped in. But they don't, this particular truck does not make a lot, as much noise as the truck that picks up the main dumpster. It'll probably be there for 10, 12 minutes and then put the dumpsters back in the corral and move on. And I have a drawing of the dumpster corral showing just get it on the screen. So this is the drawing of the corral. This is the curb towards Second Ave. This is the curb toward the abutting commercial property. And over here is the next parking space. So the dumpsters are 80 inches by 40 inches. All three dumpsters are the same size. They've been placed in here with approximately 32 inches between them and 65 inches between these two dumpsters, leaving plenty of room for maneuvering.
Mike, is it the same contractor who picks up this dumpster as will pick up the trash dumpster that's in the middle of the parking lot?
Yes, it's one contractor, two different style trucks.
And do you know whether they would be coordinating the timing of when the two trucks would be coming?
No, well, the truck for the main dumpster in the middle of the parking lot, because we have parking spaces there there's a sign there that says do not park before 10 a.m. So the main dumpster truck comes between, I believe, 8:30 and 10. And the cardboard dumpster truck comes sometime during the day.
Could be any time.
Anytime
Between
within-
8:30 and 10, or it could be later.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So because the parking space will be eliminated, we asked BSC Group to revise their evaluation just to confirm that with the reduction of that one space, there was not going to be any change in their conclusion relative to the adequacy of the current parking capacity. Wayne Kiefner is here again this evening to answer any questions that you may have relative to that report, which was provided earlier in the week to the members of the board. In the interest of your full schedule, Mr. Chair, I will stop talking at this point and ask if there are any questions.
Yes, Adam.
Thanks, Paul. So I do have, I think, a couple of comments or questions. Why not have, Mike, the door that would open up into space one?
Let me just pull that back up.
Do you want me to, Mr. Chair, do you want me to share my screen?
Sure, if you have it there.
Somebody needs to share a screen to show us.
I have it.
I can do it. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So what's your question, Adam?
So right now you have this set up. So this door opens up
Yep.
like this.
Right.
And it seems to me that you have a little bit of room, but it definitely makes, and cars come in and they, veer right to get in and through. It seems to me that can become a bit of a, could invite some problems. So I would instead expect that the door would be here.
But what if there's a
adjacent-
car, but Adam, what if there's a car parked there at the time that the truck comes?
Well, then that doesn't,
We don't know when the truck is coming. There's no set time for this truck.
there could be a sign here. I mean, that's true. But so Paul, you raise a very good point. but I thought that we had discussed before at our last hearing that to avoid a traffic problem, that the truck was going to come in here, back up, and pull in the trash from here. That's what I remember we spoke about.
Right?
So it's true that it does present another challenge, Mr. Chair, that if there is a car here, they'd have to create some additional signage. But if there's a car here, here, or here, the truck can't get in there anyways. The truck is going to
No,
have to.
the truck is not getting into the parking spaces. The truck is blocking the parking spaces.
No. What they said is they were going. Oh, I thought you said that Did I misunderstand that, Mike? Are you saying that the cars can actually remain in these spots, and the dump truck is going to be here in front of the parking spot?
Yes, so can you see my cursor or not?
I can't, but
Okay, so the back, right, the truck is going to be, let's see, parallel to the property line, okay, outside of those parking spaces.
over here.
The truck is 9.5 feet wide. The distance approximately from the island to the top of the painted line, I think it's 25 feet. So there's enough room for the cars to go around. Previously, the truck loaded in front of FW Webb. So except the beginning of the blue line will be between line, move it to the right, a little more, to the line between 2 and 3. A little more to the right. Yeah, perfect, stop. Okay, so the door, first of all, it swings flat to the fence, okay, and it'll be secured while it's open with some kind of attachment so the wind doesn't blow it. So the door is going to be flat here, and don't forget the traffic is going a little bit, to the left, so to speak. But there's no way that, I can leave all these spots open waiting for the truck to come. They could come at 2, 3 in the afternoon.
I understand.
So
That gate should not be blocking any traffic in it because of what you just said. It's going to be flat to the fence.
Right. It's going to lay flat against the fence. If I show you a picture of the existing corral, you'll see the fence.
Okay, I think that that answers my question. Thank you for that.
Adam, I think there's another aspect. Can you go back to your shared plan there
Sure.
that we didn't really talk about, but I'm thinking, if you look at the dumpster enclosure drawing down below,
This?
yeah, the way I'm reading this, when I'm looking at the door end, where's the hinge for the door?
No, the door is on the side there. That's right. There's the door.
That's the door, and it opens and it shouldn't go beyond this point.
No, it'll go, sorry.
No, it's going to go flat.
It'll go flat against it.
So
it'll
you
go
have a
flat.
180 hinge that goes flat against it?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so it won't extend beyond the side of the enclosure that's closest to the street, right?
It will
So-
not extend into the parking lot and block traffic.
Okay, I think that wasn't clear, Adam. Do you see that now?
I
If
do
you
now, yes.
If you're worried about the door blocking traffic, I don't see that that's going to happen.
Because it's up here. This door will swing open, and that size of door is not beyond the flow of traffic.
But it's going to go flat to the end of the enclosure anyway.
The,
Oh,
the
it's gonna
door
be-
is here. I'm drawing it, but the door is here. It will open like this so that it'll be there.
Right,
Yeah, that's the
That's
hinge.
exactly right. That's right.
Thank you for that, Natasha. That's helpful. I will say, I mean, I talked about my frustration at our last hearing about the dumpster and having it right up against the residential neighborhood, which you assured us would not happen once. And yet it's happened a second time. And I know you've talked about having, visual inspection by a video camera. That clearly is insufficient because management doesn't have the capacity to manage it properly. It seems to me the only way to solve the problem is for the landlord to have someone physically present when the dumpster is scheduled. It's just very unfair for the residents, I think.
Yes, Gene, I think you had your hand up first.
Yes, I want to point something out regarding the flow of traffic. It will alleviate some concerns, although maybe everybody already understands it. As the traffic enters the site off Second Avenue, it doesn't necessarily have to go straight ahead paralleling the property line that's to the rear of the new dumpster. You can go in and take an immediate left. You can go in, an immediate sharp left. You can go in and take an immediate left, then, avoiding whatever might be parked in front of 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's a lot of ways to circulate around this parking lot. I think the reason I'm saying that is that any concern that cars will back up on Second Avenue because they're trying to enter the property, but the dumpster, the trash removal truck will be in their way. I just don't see that would happen where there's so many different ways to get around the parking lot.
We
That's all
have
I
had a
have.
couple of communications from the neighborhood group requesting that the dumpster be placed next to the existing trash dumpster. And it just seems to me that having this dumpster at that location will just create even more traffic and parking problems when the truck is there to empty that dumpster. I think it seems to me it will that especially where this truck could be coming later in the day. I think this site makes a lot more sense to avoid traffic within the parking lot problems when the truck is there to empty the cardboard. I also think that these spaces that are way in the back of the parking lot are really only going to be used when the rest of the parking lot is full, because this is the furthest area away from the tenants. People are going to park a lot closer if there are spaces. So it's much more likely that those spaces will actually be vacant for most of the day or when the truck comes. Just my thoughts to answer that concern that some of the neighbors had. Natasha, you're next.
Thanks. That was my question was, first of all, thank you for getting us all this information. You provided a lot of clarity in the plan, so I really appreciate that. I have two questions. The first one is, and I'm just gonna, can I share my screen?
Please do.
Sure. Okay. I'm concerned about like Gene said, the backup of traffic, because especially if we don't know what time of the day, and I saw that noon time was the peak hour and there's morning hour also. But my question is there any reason why you're just not extending this dumpster and allowing for it to just be, you would still only lose one space, I believe. Is there any reason why it's not attached to this so that it gets it out of the entrance and exit?
You waiting for me to comment?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so first of all, we take 2 spaces there because the space closest to the dumpster is not a full space. It's close to, but
Okay.
that would take 2 spaces there. And it's also taking 2 spaces closer to the shopping center where people, want to
Okay.
park. I think, as has been pointed out by Paul, I believe, that those spaces in the back are rarely used. They're only used when, again, all the other spaces fill up. So it's very probable that the truck won't even block, too many parked cars. And again, it's only going to be there for 10 minutes or so. And even with the truck there's still plenty of maneuverability. And if the truck, if you want to put that back up, is, now parallel to the entrance of the dumpster, this is a heavy, there's people here, there's traffic here. And now that I'm pointing at the screen, but I realize you can't see my finger. The truck's going to be backed up again. It's 25 feet long. I just think on the opposite side in the corner, out of the way, I can request an afternoon pickup. The times that I've seen the truck there has usually been like after 1, 2 o'clock. But again, I'm not there every time it comes. So, but I can request a mid-afternoon pickup where there's less people, less cars in the lot, and just less people around.
So that was my second question is there any way that the hours could be when it's not peak hours? If it remains in the other location, which it sounds like there's a good reason for it, in the location that is currently proposed. So if there's a way of limiting it to hours that are not, that are not your peak hours, I think that would be important to be able to not be able to clog that front entrance piece. So those are my only two questions. Thank you. Go ahead.
I say I can request that through the dispatch, and if they can schedule that, but I don't want to commit to that because that's out of my control.
Right, but maybe we can, make sure that the hours are reasonable hours for the neighbors, because that was something that some of the neighbors complained about, just within a large range, but that it's, I didn't see that in the information that was sent, but maybe it was in there. Thank you.
Well, we have a restriction not to pick up trash. I know before 8:30. I don't know what the
Okay.
end limit is, but I can tell you they don't come in the evening.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I had one more question.
Sure, Adam, go ahead.
How tall do you intend the dumpster to be where the cardboard materials will be removed?
fence?
Not the dumpster, I mean the fencing.
6 feet.
6 feet,
And what's the height of the existing dumpster enclosure?
6 feet. Oh, I thought you were going to ask me the height of the dumpster itself. I don't know. I can look it up. I have.
Nope.
It's going to be the same height as the current dumpster corral.
Okay.
So they will not be visible when you're standing in the parking lot.
I also just wanted to see what other mitigation can be done to ensure that any kind of recyclable materials like, small cardboard boxes, they can become, projectiles landing in a neighbor's backyard, even though this is by the street, not by the residents. If it's high enough, then it should hopefully prohibit, and especially if it's all the cardboard's broken down and it's inside the containers.
It should.
The problem is that, as I've seen by my own visual inspection, not everything fits inside those dumpster bins.
Okay, before we get to comments and questions from the attendees, and I do not see any, I see one hand raised. I just want to briefly mention some correspondence that we received. We got an email from Elizabeth Caponia. This was from Sunday, stating that she thought that the more sensible place was to locate this next to the main dumpster, which we've discussed that issue. She states the alternative location proposed at the entrance of the parking lot will create issues with cars entering and exiting with possible backups onto Second Avenue. Which we've discussed, and we've seen the drawing of the plan. The board does not think that will happen because of the current layout. She also requests that all demolition construction dumpsters be placed away from the property line of the residences. So we've discussed that and adhere to the same hours of operation. So please be more diligent about that if you can. I mean, we're trying to accommodate the residents on this. I thought I had another email beyond that, but I'm not finding it. And then we got a letter very late today, or 4:30, from John Negocian. He has his hand raised to speak. So I will let him, rather than reading his letter, which we actually did not have time to consider before this meeting, and therefore is not part of the public record yet. I will let Mr. Negocian. I just found my other email from Elizabeth Caponia, second email, showing a photo, showing that there's plenty of space, in her opinion, to house the dumpster next to the existing dumpster. So if there's nothing else from the planning board, I will call on Mr. Negocian. Welcome, Mr. Negocian. I hope that your computer connection is better than it was 2 weeks ago. You are muted, Mr. Negocian. I believe you need to unmute yourself.
There you go. Talk.
Hello,
Yes, hi there.
how you doing, Mr. Albert? John Negocian here.
Negocian, how are you this week?
Well, let me tell you, it hasn't been easy. I mean, I wish I could have brought up all these issues in the prior meeting. We had technical difficulties, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Well-
Mr. Negocian, I'm going to state, if I may, please,
Go ahead.
that you raise a lot of issues in your letter. This application is with regard to the dumpsters. You raise issues about the snow plowing. And I think there may have been other issues in your letter. They're not before the board in terms of an amendment to the site plan special permit. If those issues are resulting in a violation of the current site plan special permit, or if they're causing other problems, I would ask that you bring them to the attention of the building commissioner, Mr. David Roach, and so that hopefully he can handle problems, and if he can't, then he or you, or whatever the process is, can come before the planning board at another time. Hopefully, the snow plowing issue will not be a problem again until next November or December. But it is still early. We have gotten snowstorms in April and May. This is New England.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed it doesn't happen. The reason I brought the snow plowing issues up is merely nothing more than if the dumpster was added on to, instead of having dumpsters located all around the parking lot, and they should be together. And although the parking spot is just a little bit smaller by a foot or so, it works and if they're blocking parking spots so that they can get to the dumpster already, then it pretty much works out, okay? I took the measurements, I have the measurements, okay? And that would leave, nobody wants to call the building inspector and complain. I complained because Mr. Moskowitz clearly stated to me he was removing the dumpsters from the website, and they never were, okay? And that's the only reason why I called the building inspector. Other than that, I wouldn't have, okay? Mr. Moskowitz claimed he told me, no problem, we'll remove them. And that didn't happen, okay? But if the dumpsters stayed together, okay, and it's not the snow plowing that I'm complaining about, it's the snow removal. They stockpile it into a big, huge pile. There's 150 yards of snow, and then at midnight, they remove it. And it's easy to think that there's no residences there, but let me just tell you, there's 11 families that directly abut it, and the bedrooms are 10 feet away, okay? There's 40 residential families within a total of 150 or 175 feet from there. And when the machines are backing up, not during the snow plowing, this is the day or two after a snowstorm when they're removing the snow to get 100% of their parking lot. And that's what the complaint is. If the dumpster goes there, that's where we want the snow to go. So it would actually be a pretty well program. The snow can go on the other end where you want the dumpster to go, and the new dumpsters can go right next to the other dumpster, rather than having it spread out in the parking lot.
Well, I have a couple of reactions to that, Mr. Negotiator.
Go ahead.
My first reaction is, again, the snow plowing issue is not in front of us, and so we haven't had a chance to look to see whether that's an issue that is covered by the existing site plan permit. And if it is, and if what's going on is a violation of that, of a provision that's in that permit, then the building inspector, the building commissioner will enforce the permit and take appropriate action. If it's not in the special permit, which I would invite our building commissioner to look at when you get in touch with him on it, I think that's a valid issue for somebody with the appropriate procedure to bring in front of us to get a condition into the special permit to limit the hours when that snow removal can take place, because I think that if that snow removal is taking place at midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, I think that's a legitimate complaint and a legitimate concern, and something should be done. And we have between now, hopefully we have between now and next meteorological winter, December 1st, to handle that.
Excuse me, I beg to differ. I think that if we're going to talking about the trash, whether it be the blowers blowing it over because they're not staying in the dumpsters, it all corresponds and becomes the same. It's the same thing like looking underneath the fence. We're not talking about the fences, but yet the trash blows underneath the fence. There's a huge problem.
Yeah, that was brought to our attention earlier at the hearing, and I am concerned about that hole at the bottom of the fence. I have a note in my decision where I reviewed the draft decision that was sent to us to raise that point, to put something in to have the fence fixed so that it is flush to the ground, so that things cannot go under the fence. So
And I want to say,
the fence.
if the dumpster where it is now works, I think adding one more spot there, it would work better than possibly somewhat could, maybe not, might back up traffic onto Second Ave. There's a possibility, and I would highly doubt the planning board in 2006 would have approved the dumpsters over there. I mean, if there's a chance that it could possibly back up and cause congestion when there's someone coming in, going out, and like Mrs. McKnight said, there's 3 options to go which way. One of them will be blocked by the 9.5-foot wide truck, according to Mr. Moskowitz. And I just think that, I don't know if anyone's even given a thought. I mean, I got the measurements. I did some research. And if the dumpster works where it is now, I don't know why we just don't add to it. I just don't understand it.
because it's taking away parking spaces in the middle of the lot.
Well, it's
And,
one spot.
well, it may be two, which, parking, the number of parking spaces is already a problem. And number two, the way I look at the map, when the truck is there to empty the dumpster, which could be in the middle of the day, it's more likely to block the flow of traffic going in and out of the parking spaces than the current location, where it is represented to us, and it looks clear to me that having that truck in front of lots 3 and 4 in the way that plan was presented is not going to block the flow of traffic. So I am more comfortable with this cardboard dumpster. And, when we're talking about trash, remember, this is supposed to be just for cardboard. So
Well-
there's not going to be the other kind of trash that's going into that other dumpster. I'm more comfortable at it in the location that we're talking about here.
Well,
I don't
I
know,
would-
how, and I'm only one of 5 planning board members.
right. Well, I want to enlighten you on to a few other things. The existing dumpster that's there is an electric dumpster, and it's covered. So nothing can blow out of it, okay? And the walls are 10.5 feet tall. And if I'm not mistaken, I read that you wanted a corral that was 6 feet high, enough to cover the existing dumpsters, okay? Now, the dumpsters we're talking about, I've seen them many times get picked up at Panera Bread because of the banging. They get picked up and they're put over the cab of the truck and they're banged recklessly until they're empty. Okay, this isn't one that it pulls up and it takes it from the back with a winch. Okay, I'm not sure, Mr. Moskowitz described the wrong kind of dumpster there. I've been there when they come. Okay, this pulls up and it has forks sticking out the front and it picks it up over, okay? It's not the it's
Yeah.
not the kind of dumpsters that have a cable. Okay, that's the one that's in that bin right now. One more thing I'd like to the Panera Bread, Mr. Moskowitz had claimed that the Panera Bread was open to 10 or 11 in one of the past meetings, and it isn't. It's open until 9 o'clock. I
Yeah.
just wanted to correct
Sure.
that.
Yeah.
And also, the tree lines aren't as dense as Mr. Moskowitz thinks. You can clearly see the fence in daylight at the bottom of it, okay? I'd also like to say that there's not a chance the snow plowing or removal of snow from the site is in any special permit or anything, okay? That's not even thought of, okay? I don't know when.
Whoa, Ms.
Right.
Negotiant. When we do
Yeah.
special permits, removal of snow is always something that we're concerned about in a parking lot such as this.
Okay.
I've been on the
Well,
board now
I
for
was-
7 years, and every special
Okay.
permit that I've considered that has to do with a commercial property, the snow removal has been part of the special permit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't know. I dealt with that, and I never, I dealt with this whole scenario. This particular parcel, by right, they were supposed to be 50 feet away from the neighbors, the abutters. On that last plan that was shown, the houses were not on it. Okay, the abutters, they were missing again. But there's 11 family bedrooms, 10
Yeah,
feet off the lot line.
Mr. Negotiant,
Chairman,
Mr.
Yeah.
Negotiant, it's 10
Yeah.
minutes of 8. We're already
yeah.
late for 2 other hearings. You're going off on topics that are not in front of us tonight. We have your letter,
Yeah,
and I really recommend that if you are concerned about these issues, I really would like you to take them up with the building commissioner and not in front of this board tonight. We are dealing purely with the cardboard dumpsters and its location and amending the special permit to allow for the addition of these cardboard dumpsters and moving them away from the fence to the
Well,
neighbor.
then, I understand that completely, but whenever your neighbor stretches his arm out to you and has some issues to deal with, and they happen to be going for a special permit over something, you don't find that the time to be dealing with this stuff?
When we're dealing with an entire special permit, we do. Mr. Negosian, I really don't want to take any more time to discuss this. I have made my point. Please, if you have issues other than the cardboard dumpster, please present them to our building commissioner or call Ms. Newman and deal with Ms. Newman about them outside of this meeting.
Okay,
Thank you.
I get the message. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean, you have your hand raised.
I was looking in the materials that we had before us last time and tonight, both on this and on the application for the medical building. And I was looking for our existing special permit, and I couldn't locate it in our materials. Because I agree with you, Mr. Alpert, that we always do require snow to be removed so that it doesn't take away from the parking spaces. But I don't recall that we typically set a time limit and say snow, any snow removal operation must occur, say, between 8:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. I think there's probably nothing in our special permit that limits the time during which a snow removal operation can take place. And in a way that makes sense because they want to remove the snow before the next business day is maybe the thought.
Yeah,
But
but
I don't want to suggest to Mr. Negosian that he'll probably find the answer to his concern in our existing special permit.
But I think it's a legitimate concern with this property board as a residential neighborhood, that it's something that with the proper procedure, I think if it's not in the special permit, I think it's a legitimate concern for this board to address in the future. And
Snow
hopefully-
removal is in the special permit, and there's no time limitation because of the necessity of the
Right.
situation.
Right,
Also, the town dump or the town recycling center where the snow gets hauled to only allows, I'm pretty confident, only allows the haulers to come in at night.
that's a problem.
But I'm open to discussion, but
Right.
it's clearly in the special permit.
Right, and I'd like to deal with this between now and December.
Me too.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised among the attendees. I'm going to give it a few seconds, a few moments. If anybody else would like to make a comment or raise a question, please use the raise hand button, and we will call on you. Otherwise, I'll take a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second,
Any discussion on closing the hearing? Let's take a vote. Jean McKnight,
yes.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Bye.
and Adam Block. I didn't hear you, Adam.
Aye, sorry.
And the chair votes aye. The meeting is closed. It's already 10 minutes of 8. Lee, I'm going to ask for your opinion. Should we discuss the decision or should we move on to the next hearing and discuss the draft decisions after we've heard all the hearings?
We can do it that way, Paul. Maybe that's more expeditious.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
I understand that you've already gotten your comments to the draft decision.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna,
Mr. Mr. Albert, I did want to suggest one thing, if you wouldn't mind. The design review board reviewed all the applications that are going to come subsequently, which are the restaurant applications for their outdoor dining. And I know Chad Riley, I think from the DRB, is present. Rather than have him stay for all the individual hearings, perhaps you could just give us a brief report on what the design review board decided, if that's all right with you.
Sounds okay to me. Do any of the other planning board members have any objection to that? Okay.
My only question is, are we done with the Needham Gateway for
Well,
tonight?
we've closed the hearing. We do have a draft decision. So
What are we gonna do about that? Are we
we're going to have all of our other hearings and then we'll take up the draft decisions, but
Right. Right.
we're already running very late on the hearings, and especially we have a bylaw hearing scheduled. It's supposed to be 8 o'clock. We'll be lucky to get it by 8:30. Yes, Jean?
Well, the other hearings have to do with various parking lots and outdoor dining. They all have to do with the same thing. It doesn't make sense to include them all together. This one's just different. Wouldn't we just quickly deal with it? I only suggest that.
Marty, do you want to deal with the draft decision now?
I'd favor that. You know, we've been talking about it. It's right in front of our minds. Let's go ahead and do it. Finish it up.
Yeah. And my only question is, there was a red line sent around by Alex Klee now this afternoon, and then
Yes.
a little later, there was a whole set of documents sent around. Were both of the red lines that were sent this afternoon the same? Because I printed out the earlier one and didn't.
Yes, I took a look at it and it looked to me like they were exactly the same.
Okay.
There was only one red line distributed.
But it was
Only one red
distributed
line
twice.
distributed. Okay.
It was
Thank you.
distributed twice. Okay.
Mhm. Okay.
So, Mr. Riley, I think if you will wait for a few minutes, we're going to discuss the draft decision on the Panera Bread parking lot. So let's take a look at this. And as I said, my comment on it was on the repair of the fence, which I believe was section 3.4. The fence that surrounded the prior location shall be uninstalled. The rear portion of the fence shall remain and be kept in good condition. And there was, there appeared to be, I don't know if saying disrepair is the correct word, but we discussed some deficiencies to the fence, and specifically there, I believe there was at least one area where the ground under the fence had been worn away so the trash was getting under the fence. Can we add to section 3.4 language to the effect that the fence will be repaired or the ground under the fence will be filled in such that there's no gaps between the bottom of the fence and the ground?
Just a quick comment on that.
Sure.
I agree with it as to that section of the fence, but don't you want that for the entire fencing across along that entire border?
Yes. And it says,
Even behind the 11 houses?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yes.
the way I'd like it to
Yes.
read.
I think, yes, that entire fence should be repaired to the extent that it needs repair, and any gaps need to be filled in under the fence.
So
Yeah.
does there need to be one more sentence, as Marty expressed, about the fence behind the houses?
I think it's just one fence that runs from the rear portion front. The fence that surrounds the prior location of the dumpsters shall be uninstalled. The rear portion of the fence shall remain and be kept in good condition. We're talking about that fence that's the rear portion.
I think that refers, the way I read that, it refers only to the red
Yeah,
section.
no.
Correct.
Right,
Yeah.
and I think we want it to cover the entire fence. So Lee, if you could word it, because I think it's just one fence that's along the entire property line there.
Yeah,
Oh,
but I
no,
do
there's-
think I think it needs clarification because we have this plan that shows a red line on the fence that is going to remain. And
Yes.
I want to make very clear, we're not talking only about that fence.
Right, it's the entire fence along the property line. With the residences. The
So that
property.
just to be clear, that red line that where that fence is that remains on their site plan, that fence kind of connects to a separate fence that's the perimeter of the residential section. So it's not all one fence. There's a different fence. The red
Well-
fence, the red fence comes down like this, and then it connects to the neighboring fence and runs down the length of the homes. So,
It's the entire fence line along the residential area.
and the fence at the rear of the building that connects to the neighboring fence. The adjacent fence. Do you want me to share my screen to show you more clearly?
Lee, do you think that language, you think?
I
it will-
think I understand what you want to accomplish. You want a condition that basically in the fence has to be repaired along that entire property line abutting the residential area.
Yes,
Such that no debris is able to actually blow underneath it.
correct.
I
Got
think the concern is the debris coming in here.
But it
Separate
also, yeah, it said also the ones behind the houses because it blows underneath the fence.
Even though the trees are there, it still blows, as
Yeah.
we were told at the last hearing.
Yep,
You want repaired and maintained to keep that
Yes.
situation.
yes.
Repair. Yeah, because now it only says maintain, I think.
What's that, page
I
34?
believe that was my only comment to the. Does anybody else have any comments to the draft decision? With the
No, I think,
recommended changes?
No,
I have one quick question though, regarding the 3.5, the final plans and all of that. It says plans, but Adam asked about height or someone asked about height. So we just want to make sure that we understand the height of the fence that is being proposed as well when the plans are submitted.
I
So
think
the- and there
it's
is-
6 feet.
So there's a distinction, I think, if I understood correctly, between Mr. Negotian and, forgive me for mispronouncing the name, and Negosian and Mr. Moskowitz. One said, I think 6 feet, the owner said 6 feet, and then Mr. Negosian said it was taller than that.
Yeah, he said it was 10 feet.
I
So
didn't.
shall we?
That enclosure, I'm looking at the picture of the existing dumpster area. That looks, that's tough. It looks to me like it's higher than 6 feet, but not quite 10 feet.
But
Is
I
that-
think he was going to use the height of the existing fence, that it was currently enclosing those dumpsters, which is 6 feet. He wasn't going to mirror what the enclosure that he had around the dumpsters that are located in the center of the parking lot.
I think though, I think what we do want is it to be the same height as what's enclosing the other dumpster.
Yeah, but where this is for cardboard and the other dumpster is for
Trash.
much worse trash, do we really need more than 6 feet?
Well, to my mind, the only reason you would do that is if you were really concerned about people throwing things in there other than the cardboard. Like,
Because they could easily throw something over a 6-foot fence.
yeah,
Yes.
where it's not so easy to throw it over a 10-foot fence. That's the issue, I think.
So do you think we should require it to be a 10-foot fence?
I actually think a 6-foot fence is sufficient for the purpose here of the cardboard dumpster with the small dumpsters inside.
I do want to actually add another provision that the enclosure is locked. like we had required effectively at the last one, which was a clandestine enclosure. And that might help other people from going in and illegally throwing their trash in. I'll go along with the 6-foot fence.
Okay.
Is there any ability to put a cover or a roof on this enclosure? Not on the dumpsters themselves, but on the enclosure? Because then maybe we wouldn't have to worry about people throwing things in from above. I mean, I'm all in favor of the lock. I have no problem with that. But if there's a way to put a roof on this thing, maybe we don't have to worry about going up above 6 feet.
Marty, I think the thing with putting a roof is that it starts, then it causes an issue for stormwater management and other things, I think.
You're probably right, because the first thing that I thought of was snow piling up on the roof.
I think I guess that my question, and I don't remember, is how tall are these dumpsters? So is 6 feet okay, or should it be 8 feet,
The dumpsters, those dumpsters, I don't think are taller than 4 feet, so.
Okay, then I'm okay with the 6 feet.
I thought Mike said there was 6 feet.
The
I thought-
No, he said the
dumpsters,
fence was going to be 6 feet.
Right, both.
Fence. I don't think so.
But the dumpsters are really that short? They're 4 feet?
Can we ask Mike Moskowitz or Rick? They'll know. But I thought we were told 6 feet.
I'm in favor of bringing Mike over to clarify. Mr. Chair, are you okay with that?
Yes, I am okay with that. Alex, can you do that? Is he still there? There's Mike. Mike, you need to unmute yourself.
How about that?
Hi there. So
Hi.
how tall are the dumpsters?
So the dumpster in the middle of the parking lot, the trash dumpster
No, the other one.
is,
No,
I know, I just wanted, to just, is much higher than the cardboard dumpsters. And that's the reason for if that corral is 10 feet high, that's the reason for the height of that corral, because that dumpster is much taller. So the existing corral, which hid the dumpsters from view, is 6 feet tall.
and the dumpsters themselves that are going to go into this yellow area?
Yeah, they're about, I don't know, 3 feet high. I can see if I can get you the exact measurement.
They're a little taller than a Smurf.
A Smurf, okay. well,
I know this was discussed at the last section of this hearing. It's too bad the sketch that was provided to us didn't just include that information. It has the width
Well,
and,
yeah.
No,
I apologize, but
width and
again,
depth, not the height.
we're using the same height that's in the current forbidden corral.
And
And even if cardboard piled up a little bit in the dumpster, again, which it shouldn't, it still could not be seen from standing in front of Webb looking into the corral.
That's true. From my own visual inspection, that clandestine 6-foot fence that they had in that area was about 2 feet higher than the peak of the cardboard dumpsters.
Yeah.
And I say the peak because the lid on them was on an angle.
Could we just do this? We refer to to Exhibit 11, which is plan showing the parking space proposed to contain the new cardboard dumpsters and their placement within the dumpster enclosure dated March 22nd, 2022. And that's what, that's the plan. It's a sketch plan. It says curb on top, parking space on bottom, 32222. Could we just say we want a revised plan without it having to come back to us at all? just to indicate the height of the dumpsters on the revised plan. We often do that. There's some little thing that we just want to say we want that plan revised. Could we do that, Lee? Easily?
Yeah, I
and
can
then
get
we're
you
done
that.
with it.
I can get you that first thing tomorrow morning. So I'll get you the height of the I just want to verify, I'll get you the height of the cardboard dumpster. And then the height of the 6-foot fence.
The enclosure is 6 feet. The 3 dumpsters are all 4 feet or less.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what's to be clarified on that plan.
But I have a cut sheet on the dumpsters. I just don't have it at my fingertips, but
That's fine.
I'll find it and send it to Lee first thing in the morning.
Okay. And Lee, if it's 4 feet or less, that's fine. You don't need to come back to us, but if it turns out that it's more than 4 feet, you need to advise the 5 of us.
So what would our decision say? I'm thinking it's time for a motion, to
I
grant
think-
relief.
I think that the motion is that the decision.
Amend the
red line
decision.
Changes plus what we've discussed this evening.
Okay.
Changes that we've discussed this
An
evening.
amendment, issue bill payment.
Oh, I think we need to, we need to vote the,
You need to, I think you need to vote the relief and then you need to accept the decision as drafted with the changes we discussed tonight.
right. So the relief is in the middle of page 4 of the red line.
Page 4 of the red line. I was looking at the first page. Okay.
Therefore, the board voted 5-0 to grant.
Oh, there it is. Yes, of course.
I move,
I'll make a motion. I move that we grant one, an amendment to a major site plan review special permit issued by the Needham Planning Board on January 24th, 2006, amended August 15th, 2006, December 19th, 2006, April 1, 2008, November 15th, 2011, March 6, 2012, July 10, 2012, August 13, 2012, and July 20, 2021, under section 7.4 of the Needham bylaw, and 2, a special permit 2005-07, section 4.2, and 3, a special permit amendment under sections 5.1.1.5 and 5.1.1.6 to waive strict adherence with the requirements of section 5.12 and 5.13 of the bylaw, which is required parking and parking plan and design requirements respectively. Subject to the plan modifications, conditions, and limitations in the decision.
Yeah.
Should I go on and say, and we approve?
No, that's a separate motion.
Okay.
I just want to add, because this was in the red line, and I just want to add this, where we have sections 5.1.1.5 and 5.1.1.6. After 5.1.1.6 should be added the words of the bylaw.
Okay, yes. So,
second,
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'll take the vote. Gene McKnight,
aye,
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block,
aye.
and the chair votes aye. The draftsperson had it correct. It's a 5-0 vote. Now a motion to accept the decision.
So before we go into that motion, we just want to be clear that we're, of the language with respect to the dumpster, I guess at 3.4, it sounds like that's resolved.
Yes.
And then I've not had a chance to review the subsequent decision, but Lee, it sounds like you were able to incorporate my earlier comment about adjusting the parking relief from 97 to 96 spaces.
Yes, I made it explicit in the conditions. It was covered in the findings, but I added it into the conditions and the actual vote to clarify it.
Okay. I do have one question about 1.3 of the decision, which reads, the enclosure is proposed to be comprised of the same PVC materials as previously approved for the fence that abuts the property behind the Highland Terrace parcels. What fence was previously approved?
The fence that runs along the property line behind all the houses.
Oh, I see. Not where the enclosure was.
Right.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And the plan modification and minor plan modification we spoke of would be a subparagraph A under 2 on page 4. Is that right? So we'd have an A and a B.
Yes,
What
yes, we had the
would be-
plan we'll have 2 plan modifications. So I'll add the one in where that drawing gets revised to show the dumpster height and the fence height.
Mhm. All right, and then the other change, which we discussed, had to do with the repair of the entire fence.
Along the peripheral and its maintenance to prevent any debris from blowing underneath it.
So I move that we approve the decision as drafted for a major project site plan special permit. Amendment dated March 28, 2022, with the changes discussed at this hearing or at this meeting.
Second.
Is that sufficient?
Yes,
Okay.
I heard a second.
Yep, that's from me.
Marty.
Marty, yep. Okay, any further discussion? We'll take the vote. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. It's unanimous. Excellent. Let's move on. So before we actually call for the particular hearings, let's hear from Mr. Chad Riley of the Design Review Board with regard to their findings today, their hearing today, and their findings today on these 3 applications. Yes, I believe there are 3 applications. 4 applications. Thank you.
Broadly speaking, each of the 4 was approved as submitted without any additional conditions or recommendations to approve as the Design Review Board is advisory to the Planning Board. There were really only 2 points of general conversation that were not sort of requirements that the Design Review Board would recommend. One was that while jersey barriers are required by the town and I think have been provided by the town, the applicants were encouraged to consider doing some sort of decoration. I believe that there's the one coffee shop that has painted the barriers, and that was referred to as an example of something they might consider, but it's not a requirement that the Design Review Board would recommend to be imposed. The other one, which really was not in the control of the farmhouse or Hearth Pizzeria, is there are some dumpsters right near the dining area, which, you know, for smells and other reasons are not ideal. Our understanding is that those dumpsters belong to CVS and that the applicants had requested that CVS consider relocating the dumpsters, but CVS did not consider that and has kept them where they are. So that really is not the applicant's issue, but it was just something that was part of the discussion. Otherwise, the Design Review Board found them to be well considered, well executed applications. I think in particular where some were proposing some improvements and increased plantings and decoration from what had been done on a temporary basis. That was acknowledged and as positive contributions. So we moved through all 4 of them in about half an hour with unanimous approval for the applications.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your attention to this.
He said 4. What's the 4th? I see 3.
I asked them to actually take a look at Farmhouse too. It wasn't on our agenda for tonight. We had done that earlier. I just wanted a final sign off from them. So they did all four
Um,
tonight.
Okay.
So Leaf Farmhouse is on our agenda tonight.
Oh,
but you're
Farmhouse,
looking-
excuse me. It's the pizzeria. I'm sorry. I have them
Art?
mixed up.
Barth Pizzeria is not in front of us.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Chad. That's really
And then the
helpful.
James is on our agenda next week, but they were just kind of doing them in a clump, which we appreciate.
Okay, I'm looking
Thank
for.
you, Chad.
Okay, so looking at my agenda, it is now 8:19 and we are getting to the 7:15 hearing. An amendment to major project site plan special permit number 2015-07. Latin Group doing business as Latina Kitchen and Bar. The petitioner for property located at 30 Dedham Avenue. A request to permit up to 24 outdoor seats. And we have some people coming in. Antonio, I just have the first name Antonio. Hello, Antonio. Anybody else coming in on this, Alex?
No, I don't think so, Antonio. You don't have anyone else that I should move over, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay, great.
Okay, Antonio, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So yes, my name is Antonio Decricio. I'm the owner of Latina Kitchen and Bar. And we are looking to approval again for our outdoor seating area, which is located in the easement between the two buildings. My landlord and the owner of 50 Dedham Avenue has agreed on allow us to do the patio on the easement. And so we're looking for 99 seats total capacity. I mean, that included the indoor and the outdoor. When the patio season, I mean, for any reason we don't have the patio open on a given day, we will have all 99 seats indoor.
Okay. Anybody on the planning board have any questions or comments? Just quickly go.
I just have a very quick one.
Sure.
Antonio, on the application, which is really the select board's application form, it is a mention of whether there's going to be alcohol service, and you answered yes. And then it asks to check one of two different statements, and you didn't check either one. The two options were the expansion area must be either contiguous to the licensee's premise with a clear view of the area from inside the premises, which I know you can't comply with just because of the layout, or the licensee may commit to providing management personnel dedicated to the area, which is what I assume you're going to choose. Have you actually done that now?
Yes, absolutely. We usually have, servers and buzzers and our manager at all times in during service at the patio.
Okay, and you checked that off on the form?
I will do that. Yes.
Okay.
Now, I don't recall what I did right now, but I'll review that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that, like Farmhouse, which you're going to hear next, I mean, the building inspector has issued an opinion for both these restaurants based upon their plumbing, bathroom configurations currently on the site, the maximum number of seats that they can have on the property at any one time. So the maximum number of seats is 99. So that has to be divided up between indoor dining and outdoor dining. So if this applicant, for example, decided they only wanted to have outdoor dining during the outdoor dining season, they could have a split, 71 inside and 28 outside, and then go to the full 99 inside during that off season. But there needs to be those clear lines about what's going to be operational during what times of the year. It can't just be we're going to have all the seats out, but we're only going to have so many open up. That's not going to satisfy the building inspector. So this is currently written as it was originally proposed. which was that he wanted to have the outdoor dining, I think, year round. So it's done with 28 outdoor seats, the draft decision, and 71 interior seats. So I think we need some
The
clarification.
application says 28.
Well, 28 outside, right, and 71 inside for a total of 99.
The application just says 29. It doesn't say.
Right, I was gonna point that out. I think the 29 on the application is a mistake, Adam, because there are other places throughout where it says 28. So I think that needs to be corrected on the application to
But in
indicate,
terms of, yes, but in terms, yes, you're right, there was that inconsistency, but the building inspector's opinion is, 99 seats, period.
right,
At any one time, so.
but the decision reflects 28 seats. I think
It-
Antonio has stated tonight that it's gonna be 28 seats outside. Total of 99 seats, Antonio stated that. And
I
that's how,
think, I think I guess my question for Antonio is, you understand, Antonio, that you can only have 71 seats inside if you've got 28 out. And so if there are months of the year when you're not going to be using outdoor dining at all, and you know that, you might want to think about, during, I don't know, December through March, maybe you want to have no outdoor dining and only 99 seats inside. It's up to you, but this is currently written to give you 71 seats inside and 28 outside year round.
Exactly. Well, I might have to go with your suggestion. I would limit my outdoor seating, just the patio season, that would April to the end of October or November. And then I would love to have my 99 seats during the winter season. So we might need to modify our draft, if that's possible. That
Yes,
makes
I think
more
that's
sense.
possible. That's what Farmhouse has chosen to do, and I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure we understood what your goal was.
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
I think that's smart.
right. So your permit for the outdoor seating is only gonna be from April 1 to November 30.
Correct. I'm totally fine with that.
Good, okay. Then the final decision will reflect that. Let me read into the record the communication that we have received on this application. I'm not going to go through all of the emails between our building commissioner, David Roach, and the petitioner and Lee Newman, but there are multiple emails discussing the number of seats, and the bottom line is just as we've described it, 99 seats total. So that when the 28 seats are outdoors, there are only 71 indoors. We also have, as I get through all of these emails, okay, we have a letter from Thomas Ryder, the acting town engineer, with the Public Works Department. Letterhead dated March 24th. They have no general objection to the proposed plans. We have find them. Okay, we have an email from Tara Gurridge. The Public Health Department conducted its review for the proposal for Latina Kitchen and Bar Restaurant to utilize the driveway next to the building for seasonal outdoor dining to allow 10 tables with 28 seats. After looking over the application, we concur with the building department's comments and have no additional comments to share at this time. We have an email from Dennis Condon, our fire chief. We are okay with this. And lastly, we have an email, I believe this is lastly. Yes, lastly, we have an email from John Schlittler, our police chief. The police department does not have an issue with this. And with that, are there any further comments or questions from the board? Yes, Adam.
A question for Marty.
Okay.
Marty, in some of the applications before, you've identified if there was an error that might require the applicant to return back, and I think that related to the identification of the parties and the name of the entity.
Mhm.
I noticed in this application, when it gives the address at 907 Massachusetts Ave number 2, and it says Cambridge, there's a misspelling of the town Cambridge. There is a G instead of a B. That's not significant enough to require a whole change in the application, right?
That doesn't disturb me.
Okay.
Does it bother you, Gene?
No, it's on the application.
Yes.
No, it's clear, it's Cambridge, and would just make sure if we, our decision is correct.
Sorry to put you on the spot, but
No,
Marty, I
sure.
picked up on
Unless they move their offices to Cambridge.
Yeah. That doesn't bother me.
Okay. Okay, let me see if there are any hands raised among the attendees. I do not, one hand is raised. I have somebody named Joan with a hand raised. Alex, do you want to bring Joan over, please?
So Joan, if you get prompted, you do have to say that you do want to be a panelist.
Joan, are you being prompted?
I do believe her hand was up, I think before this hearing started, so it might be a leftover, maybe she's not at her computer.
All right, we're going to have to move on, I think. All right, let's move on then.
what are we going to do with the decision for this one? Yeah.
I don't know that there, well. So I guess since we can't find Joan and there are no other hands raised, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Second,
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take the vote. Gene McKnight,
aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. The hearing is closed. Now, we do have the draft decision. And does anybody have any comments or questions before we ask for a vote on the relief requested?
Lee, Exhibit 7, do we need to specify those dates or we can do that subsequently to providing the relief?
I already added that. I already added in those dates. They came, those additional pieces of information came in on the 24th.
Okay, so you have that?
I have that. So I think the decision just needs to be voted in terms of its relief, and then give me the authorization just to basically make the modifications necessary to make clear that the outdoor dining is only from April 1st until November 30th. And then outside that window, it goes back to 99 seats inside the facility.
So moved.
Second.
Well, I need to have somebody read the
Relief?
the relief in the middle of page 4.
So I don't know if I have the right one. I think
Therefore-
I have it on page, oh, I see. So is it that I move to grant an amendment to major site plan review special permit issued by the Needham Planning Board on October 27, 2015, as amended May 23, 2017, transferred on May 21, 2019, under section 7.4 of the Needham zoning bylaw and special permit 2015-07, section 4.2, and 2, a special permit under section 5.1.1.6 of the bylaw to waive strict adherence with the requirements of section 5.1.2 required parking and section 5.1.3 off-street parking requirements, subject to and with the benefit of the following plan modifications, conditions, and limitations in our latest amendment to the decision.
Okay, Marty seconded. Any discussion? Jean?
Yes, I just want to make sure I understand, because the decision as drafted seems to call for the 71 seats inside, 28 outside year round.
So when we get, so when we get to
But
the
I
vote
heard
on
that
the
it's
decision-
going to be a change in the decision to make it
Correct.
clear that it's up to is the clarity to make it clear that it's up to the owner and that the owner can decide on what month they want to switch, or it's going to be set forth for the months that will be outside and inside.
I think
Is-
he's already decided, and it's going to be as set forth, April 1 through the end of November.
Okay, very good. Thank you for. There was a back and forth, a lot of emails that I found somewhat confusing, but the decision itself was very clear. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion on the granting of the relief. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Jean McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. It's 5-0. Now we need a motion to accept the decision with the change of the number of seats being 28 outdoors and 71 indoors from April 1 to November 30, and 99 indoors from December 1 through March 31.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? I'll call the roll. Jean McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Antonio, we're all set. Thank you.
Thanks, Antonio.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. I can put these papers aside. So the next hearing, originally scheduled for 7:30, it is now 8:38. An amendment to major site plan special permit number 2007-04. Dora Tavel Sanchez Luz, manager of Eat Farmhouse LLC, for the property located at 970 Great Plain Avenue, regarding the request to permit up to 58 outdoor seats at the farmhouse restaurant. And we
I
have,
took a guess. I'm hoping this is the right person. Dora T sounds right.
Dora T, yes. Dora, you need to unmute yourself.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Wow, you guys are on restaurant hours, 12
We
to
are.
18-hour days. You do this every night?
Every meeting.
My gosh.
You want to join the
I love
planning
you.
board?
Wow.
You have an open seat, but I think it's too late for you to to pull papers.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Going back, we have two. No, we only have one. I'm going to reopen the hearing for the sole purpose on Latina Kitchen to have a motion to waive the reading of the notice.
So moved.
I think we need a motion to reopen.
I
Yeah,
move
so-
to reopen the hearing for the, I
So
move.
moved.
to re-
Second,
Sorry, Adam.
Okay. Any discussion? Call the roll. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The hearing has been reopened. May I have a motion to dispense with the reading of the notice?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. May I now have a motion to reclose the hearing?
So moved.
Second,
Any discussion? Call the roll. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This is the first meeting I've had with the pictures have not moved around on my screen. So,
Sorry, I didn't remind you there. Would have avoided all that. Okay.
okay, so now, Dora, thank you for your patience. We are now on the farmhouse amendment to the special permit. May I have a motion to dispense with the reading of the notice?
All right, so moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Dora, thank you for waiting. Do you want to describe what you are applying for tonight, please?
Yeah, and Lee, thank you so much for your help, and Alex too. I remember you guys from 2012. It's been a long time. You guys are amazing. So we want to just continue with the patio that we had during COVID, which Needham was so way ahead of other towns in terms of supporting and being so generous. I mean, way ahead of my other restaurant in Natick. So thank you. But we want to have 58 seats in the rear of the restaurant. We want to do, like you were mentioning in the previous, whatever you call the thing with Latina guy. We want to have 58 seats, but we want the season to be from April 1st until October 30th, not November 30th. And then we want to have the 76 seats inside during the patio season. We want to just we want to put more money into it. We put a bunch of money into it, but we want to put more money into it with more permanent planters and just make it be more like our kind of taste, our aesthetic.
And to be clear, you're going to have a total of 134 seats when there is outdoor seating during those months. You're still going to have 76 inside, even while you have 58 outside.
Yeah, didn't the draft, Lee, I say 135? Maybe it's 134.
76 and 58 is 134.
Okay, whatever Lee says is right.
We usually adhere to that philosophy.
Whatever Lee says is right. I think it's 134, 58 outside, 76 inside. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Jean.
With regard to the application, I'm confused about what is being sought. It says total number of seats approved under existing special permit, 64 total. And then total number of seats existing inside, 100.
Right.
How could only 64 be approved under the existing special permit, but they actually have 100?
Well,
No.
or Lee, do you want to? It was brought to my attention, the building person said, with our bathroom capacity, we can only have 130. I thought he said 135, but maybe it was 134. But that's the first I heard of it.
So I just want to understand, where at the same time we're approving outdoor dining, we're also approving a total increase in the number of permitted seats. Is that correct?
Lee, you're muted.
Lee, you're muted.
Let me just look at it. I think during the outdoor dining season, we're approving 134. I think they're going to have 76 indoor and they're going to have 58 outdoor.
But Lee's question is, what does the current special permit allow? I'm sorry, what Jean's point, is,
Yeah.
what Jean's question is what does the current special permit allow? Because it appears from the application that it only allows 64 seats.
I'll have to pull it up off of, I thought it allowed, let me just go to the conditions. I'll pull it up off of Citrix. Can you move on to something else and I can, I think, I thought it allowed 100.
I know, can I say something?
Yeah,
I'm not
It's
quite
100
sure.
I think it's 100 and it's limited to 40 during the lunch hour, Gene.
yes, I had a question about that.
They had a limit there. That restaurant, I think, was approved 100 seats during, under their base permit, and they can only use, but they were limited, I think, to 40 during the lunch hour.
And we closed for lunch during COVID and we haven't reopened since.
And so what's happening now under this permit is that during the outdoor dining season, they're going to go up to that higher number. They're going to have, because I guess their restaurant capacity or their bathroom capacity will let them accommodate 134. So we're going to let them go up to 134 seats during the outdoor dining season, of which 76 will be inside, I guess, and was it the 58 will be outside. And then outside of that season, they go back to their base permit, which was the 100 inside, limited during the lunch hour to 40. And that same lunch hour limit of 40 spaces on the indoor space applies during the outdoor dining period on those 76 spaces.
So,
Am I confused?
no, I'm not confused, but I don't think that the decision states this properly. So during the outdoor seating period, Lee,
Yes,
they're going to be allowed to have during lunch hour, during the lunch period. They're going to
Not
be
open for
allowed,
lunch.
but we're issuing a permit that allows you to be open for lunch,
Okay.
a limited number of seating. They're going to be allowed to have 40 indoor seats and have, in addition to that, 58 outdoor seats for a total of 98 seats during lunch.
during lunch, and then outside of lunch, it goes up, they can use the full
Right.
76 seats
76.
inside with the 58.
Right. I didn't think that your decision was clear on that. It seemed
Oh.
to me that all that you were saying during lunch was 40 indoor seats.
I thought I said 40 of the 76 seats could be used.
I'd have to,
It's under paragraph 1.4, then again, I think it's again. It's in the findings under paragraph 1.4.
yes, you state that they can use the 40 of the 76 seats, but you don't drop the other shoe and say, in addition to the 58 outdoor seats. That's the phrase that you need to add.
Oh, I see, under 3.7.
Yep.
Okay,
But I'm going back to where Jean was coming from. I think what Jean was asking was, the application now says that the number of seats approved under the existing special permit is 64. And
Yeah,
now,
well-
now you're saying it's going to go to 76?
The original permit, it sounds like, Marty, that the application is wrong and the original permit allows for 100 seats indoors.
I'll open it up.
The 64 that you're referencing is not inside. That was during COVID. We had an application to say 64 seats outside. But since then, for this process, we had our architect draw everything out and we came to only 58 seats. That's the patio outside. In 2012, when we filled out all of this to make Farmhouse alive, we needed to have 100 seats to get an all liquor license. I wouldn't have even had that many seats, but to get full liquor back then in 2012, you had to have 100 seats. And then because of the parking and traffic and other things that Village Fish had encountered, they said you need to only have 40 seats available for lunch to offset all the traffic and parking issues, which
All
we
right.
did.
So it's the application for outdoor seating that's wrong.
Correct. Where it says total number of seats approved under existing special permit. Dora had put 64 where
Yeah.
it should, where she should have put 100
No,
on that line. Yes, because the
not,
question is, total nu-
it's for the,
it doesn't
okay.
say, the line does not say outdoors. The line says
Okay.
total number of seats approved under the existing special permit. We did not approve the 64 seats outside. That was a special COVID relief. That
Okay,
was not in front of us. We didn't approve any outdoor seats during COVID. We
okay,
need to. That was covered by the
Okay.
state regulations.
okay.
Okay,
I can understand where the application is confusing.
yeah, it is.
It is.
Okay.
The application is confusing.
But I think I have it now. Okay.
Yep.
So 58 outside and
76 inside.
76 inside, and that is from April 1 through October.
Right.
Mhm.
31st, right.
And if Dora chooses to open for lunch, the 58 can be used outdoors, but she's limited to 40 indoors
Got it.
during that time period.
Okay, I got it.
And from November 1 to March 31, it's going to be 76 indoor seats during
100.
dinner and 40 indoor seats during lunch.
100 seats indoors.
So you're right, 100
Yep.
seats indoor.
Something was said about some change being needed to our conditions. Could that be explained? I just want to understand what we're going to be voting on.
Yes,
Uh,
I think, Paul, you want to do it? Or should I?
Yeah, the change that when we get to the decision, because I want to look and see if I have other notes. I was just commenting on one particular note, Gene. I don't know if I have other notes, so can that wait until
Okay,
we actually discuss the decision?
sure, I'll wait on that.
Okay. I just want to read into the record the correspondence that we got in addition to, again, multiple emails with David Roach regarding the number of seats and the bathroom situation, which has been resolved. We also have an email from Dennis Condon, our fire chief. The fire department is okay with this proposal. We have an email from Tara Gurd with three bullet points. Dora, have you seen this email and you understand Tara's points?
I don't have
Let me
it.
go through it then. Okay, so she writes, and Lee, please make sure that Dora has a copy of this. So Tara Gurge of our Public Health Division
Mhm.
says, the Public Health Division reviewed the request for Farmhouse Restaurant. Here are our comments. Bullet point number 1, due to the fact that this restaurant currently has 100 seats, according to our food permit records, and they are planning on permanently adding an additional 64 outdoor seats, this will bump them up to a higher annual food permit fee. Here is our current fee list, and she gives a website. So they will be bumped up to more than 150 seats. So at 134 seats, please make sure that you're paying the appropriate fee to the Public Health Division. That's basically what that says. Bullet point number 2, they must continue to maintain the exterior area in a clean and sanitary condition as not to attract the risk of pets. They must also continue to maintain clean and sanitary dumpsters, both trash and recycling and compost areas, and maintain their routine pickup service schedules and increase those schedules if any overflow issues are observed. And the last bullet point, they must continue to have routine interior and exterior pest control service schedule and be willing to increase this pest service if any increase in pest issues arise. So those were the comments from Tara Gurge. Yes, Lee, I did not see any comments from the police chief or from the building department. And I noticed that you do not reference them in the
No,
decision.
we, actually, we did not receive any comments from the police chief. That is correct. We did receive comments today from the building, not the building department, but from the town engineer. I think that was the one you were talking about. And
Yes.
he had no comment or objection on the project. He just recommended that we make sure that the select board sign off on the license agreement or the easement agreement that exists across the property.
But the easement agreement already exists across the property. Why do they?
Right, but
Oh, they have the easement agreement.
they have the easement agreement
Right,
that they acknowledge this use.
Right. Is that a condition in our decision? That the select board, you probably have it. That the select board, I think you do have it.
Yes, under 3.5.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the planning board? Seeing none, I'm going to
So moved.
look at the attendees,
I apologize.
see if anybody has a hand raised. I still see Joan with a hand raised. I don't know what happened to Joan. Alex, do you want to see if Joan is there?
Sure, I'm trying Joan again.
I think she raised her hand and then left us.
Could we take this opportunity to adjourn for 5 minutes? For a bathroom break?
I'll second that motion.
Okay,
Thank you.
it is now 8:57. We are adjourned until 9:05. Then we are back from recess. And so we were looking to see, and we still have just Joan with a hand raised. Nobody else seems to have a hand raised. And we can't seem to find Joan. So if there's no further discussion, we'll have a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion to close the hearing? I'll call the roll. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs.
Aye.
People have moved around now. Next is Adam Block,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. The hearing is closed. So let's move on. Oh, I didn't read into the record. Very quickly, I'm just going to read into the record.
I'll move.
Oh, I did read the communication.
No, I thought you did.
Yes, I did, because we talked about Tara Gurge's email. So let's discuss the hearing quick, the decision quickly. So I already gave my comment on on the number of seats. My question on exhibit number 9, Lee, is whether we want to also mention emails with Dave Roach or not. I don't think we did it with Latina, so I guess we don't need to do that.
Do we want to mention what the design review board reported?
Did you have that in here, Lee?
I took the liberty of drafting that. I think I have a finding that, yes, under 111.
Yes, the petitioner appeared before the design review board on March 28 and obtained approval for the project.
All right. There's no mention of the comments that Mr. Riley made, but that's
No.
okay. That's fine.
So I had my comment to 3.7.
You know, Paul, I can add your language, but I don't know if it's necessary, and let me just tell you why. The paragraph before that, under 3.6, I basically described the situation in its totality, both for the fall and the time when there's seating outside. And paragraph 3.7 was only, or that next the paragraph that follows was really only just intended to describe the conditions that were going to apply during the noon hour on the indoor seating. I mean, I can still add what you asked me to add, but that was the reason why I structured it the way I did.
You're amending section 3.2.
I'm
And I
reading section 3.1 and 3.2. So
That's right,
3.1,
that's right. But the two separate paragraphs, you're amending two separate paragraphs in the original special permit,
right?
which should stand on their own when
Okay.
somebody reads them.
Okay, I'll add that in.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I didn't follow earlier what we're adding in.
Okay, in section 3.7,
Yes.
the amendment to section 3.2 is going to say, the petitioner shall limit the restaurant operation during the weekday lunchtime period, 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., to 40 of the 100, to 40 seats indoors and 58 seats outdoors of the 100 seats allocated.
Okay, 40 seats indoors and,
Let me change that. It's going to be later. It's going to say to 40 of the 100 seats allocated for indoor table dining and 58 seats for outdoor table dining from November 1 through March 31.
No, that needs to happen, I think, in the next part where it's 40 of the 76.
You're right. You're right, because that's not right. Gene, let me start again.
yes,
The
please.
petitioner shall limit the restaurant operation during the weekday lunchtime period, 11 to 2:30, to 40 of the 100 seats allocated for indoor table dining from November 1 through March 31, and to 40 of the 76 allocated to indoor dining, indoor table dining, in addition to the 58 for outdoor table dining from April 1 through October 31.
Okay. All right. And that's
Okay.
just to make that clear. Okay.
Okay. To make it clear that they can have the 58 seats outdoors during lunch.
Yes. Okay. All right. So when we sign it,
Did anybody
we'll
else,
see that one change.
that one change? Did anybody else have any changes to the decision?
I do not.
Nope. Okay. Adam, nope, your silence. So with that, I need a motion for the requested relief, which is on page, the top of page 5.
I move that we grant an amendment to a major site plan special review special permit number 2007-04 issued by the Needham Planning Board on May 7, 2007, transferred on November 5, 2012, further amended June 4, 2019. Under section 7.4 of the Needham zoning bylaw and special permit 2007-4, section 4.2 and 2, a special permit under section 5.1.1.6 of the bylaw to waive strict adherence with requirements of section 5.1.2 required parking and section 5.1.3 off-street parking requirements, subject to and with the benefit of the following plan modifications, conditions, and limitations as stated in the amendment to the decision dated March 28th, 2022.
Excellent.
Second.
A motion and a second. We have any discussion? Hearing none. I'll call the roll. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. It's approved unanimously 5-0. And now a motion on the decision with the one change.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
and Paul Alpert votes aye. It's unanimous 5-0. Dora, congratulations. Thank you.
Yay! Thank you, guys. Can't wait to cook and feed for you. Have a good night.
I hope I can come on Friday, but I probably can't.
You can come. Just text me 917-612-4680. Whatever you want. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, next on our agenda. Town of Needham. This was originally scheduled for 7:45. It is now 9:14. An amendment to major project site plan special permit number 2015-06. The town of Needham, with regard to the property being the existing municipal parking lot at Chapel Street. We have Chris Heap here representing the select board. And Chris, you have 2 minutes.
I think that's all. I think that's all I will need. Hello, everybody. So this is a request, as you said, to amend major project site plan special permit 2015-06, which is the applicable permit for the Chapel Street municipal parking lot. The request to amend is being made simply because that permit does not contemplate seasonal outdoor dining occurring within that parking lot. So we are just asking that that be amended generally to allow room for that use by others. With the understanding that any restaurant that wants to take advantage of that is going to need to come back before the board to seek a modification of its particular special permit. So you can, there will be a restaurant by restaurant review of anyone who wants to do it. This is just to cover our special permit, that is the town special permit, to allow for the use generally. Happy to answer any questions, but that's about all from me for the moment.
Thank you. I only have one communication from Dennis Condon, our fire chief, saying the fire department is okay with this amendment.
Did I move to waive the reading of the note?
I appreciate the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't think of it earlier.
Do I have a second?
Second.
There's Adam. Okay, we're all here. Any discussion? Okay, the motion to waive the reading of the notice, Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada, you're back in front of Adam, Natasha.
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you, Marty, for remembering that. Okay, so we've had our presentation from Attorney Heap, which I believe he kept under 2 minutes. Thank you. And Gene, you have your hand raised.
Yes. During this COVID era, when we had kind of loosened our permitting, Were there restaurants that abut this parking lot that were taking advantage of outdoor dining? I'm just trying to recall whether that was the case.
Yes, I think the
Well-
James was one of them that was taking advantage of it. And they're actually scheduled for a hearing on April 5th to make their situation permanent.
Mhm. And
Bagels
the
Best,
other
Bagels
restaurants,
Best
excuse me?
Bagels Best has some outdoor seats in the parking lot.
Okay. And the other restaurant
I don't know
is,
if Cook has,
the Cook did not, Ms. Virginal?
yeah,
Okay.
didn't look like.
Okay, I was just wondering what
Yes.
we,
Cook does have outdoor seats.
Do they?
in
the
front at
parking
the,
lot?
They have both in the front and in the rear.
oh, they do, okay.
Okay.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to find out if, if there had been any problems with it over the summer. But apparently not.
Actually, Bagels Best has the seats. They're still out there and it's cold in the winter, but they're there.
They're allowing indoor dining now. I know, I've been there a couple of times.
Any further questions or discussion? Okay, let me check for the attendees.
I have just another, actually a comment.
Go right
If you don't
ahead.
mind, about that parking lot in general. Something's been on my mind for a long time about that parking lot, not necessarily changing our decision here, but the signage at the entrance to the parking lot, I've always thought was really inadequate to inform the public that there is public parking back here. If you're shopping or whatever. And I don't know, I just want to put it out there that I think the town should take a look at that signage and see if it can't be improved.
Gene, I can actually speak to that specifically because the Council of Economic Advisors some time ago commented and raised this with the town that we did need parking signage because, as an example, and we have so much parking and yet it's not always being taken advantage of because people aren't aware of it. Some are, but not all. So the select board, I think, took administrative action and acquired a number of signs. They're small blue signs, but I don't think that they're large enough to have the impact that businesses are actually looking for. So we'll probably make a recommendation to the planning board to increase the size of those signs and maybe to add a couple more with directional indication.
You
which
mean
may
the
help.
select board?
Yeah,
The select board you'd be communicating with rather than the planning
correct.
board?
The CEA runs under the direction of the select board, so that's who will make that recommendation to.
Yeah, that's good because I think people misunderstand that lot is for commuters, train commuters, but it is partly, but there's certainly many spaces available to shoppers. Okay, thank you.
I also just wanted to clarify on Bagels Best and on Cooks. I mean, if they decide to make their seating permanent, that would be actually permitted through the select board because that's on public property. We have jurisdiction over the James because that's going to be on private property.
Oh, thanks for clarifying that.
Where is that laid out in the site plan?
On the property line, essentially, on the site plan, I mean, the spaces, there's the municipal lot is actually shown as parcel B. And then adjacent to that is private property, which had these five.
I have parcel 8.
Okay, thanks. My eyes aren't as good as yours on the size drawing I'm looking at. Looks like a B to me. Okay, so you're right. It's parcel 8. That's the 31,000 square foot lot. That's the municipal parking lot. Then
And then
adjacent
there's-
to that is the private lot. where the town had an easement for those 5 parking spaces.
And that's what that line is underneath of 31,823 square feet.
The line is the boundary line of the property. It's the dimension. I can't read it. South. It's on the left side of the drawing. It's basically showing you a rectangle effectively. The line that says south 77 degrees or.
If I share, can I share my screen for a second, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Sure, go ahead.
So can you?
So this is the property line here. Can
Right
you see my
here?
cursor coming
No,
down
I-
here?
No, I can't see your cursor.
Hmm.
Can you see mine? Do you want to give a
Yes,
little?
bring it to the left, bring it to the left. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. That's the
Right there.
property line, right? No, go back. The line that's going right up, straight up there, that's the property line. No, going north. There, that's the property line.
And
So
everything,
the municipal lot is to your right, and then you're on private property where there's parking for the buildings there.
so this is private
That's
property,
private property.
and this is a parking lot, right?
There's some parking there that was currently being used by the town. I mean, the parking spaces under that you see in red there were privately owned and were being publicly used.
Right.
It was,
by the-
it was a deal that was done at the time the dumpsters were consolidated on the municipal parking lot. So it's the private dumpsters were put on the municipal lot and the town got the agreement to use those, I think 5 parking spaces on the private property in exchange for that placement of the dumpsters. But I don't think that's really pertinent to what we're doing here currently.
Right.
So I believe the James will be putting their outdoor seating where those 5 parking spaces are.
That's correct, on the private property.
And that's why they'll be coming to us, because it's on private property.
Right.
And
Correct.
they'll also have to go to the select board because they have an agreement with the select board, so they'll need the select board's approval. Okay, any further questions or discussions from the board?
Just that I understand if we approve this, that will mean the select board will be all set and able to offer outdoor dining to restaurants that wish to use the public parking lot. And
Correct.
that's essentially what we're approving here.
Right.
Yep.
And the James will be able to use the easement lot, the easement spaces.
Hmm,
Right.
okay.
Mr. Chair, there is someone with their hand up on a Samsung phone, I think.
Samsung Garden, it says. So,
Should I take them over?
yes, please. You need to unmute yourself, whoever you are, and please identify yourself with your name and address.
Unmute. This is Lynn Claflin. I'm at 229 Garden Street, directly across from the train tracks from the municipal lot that you're discussing. I have a couple questions. One is the season going to be defined?
I believe the season in our bylaws is defined as April 1 to November 30.
Okay. And then my other question is, will people be, will we be losing parking spaces over there due to this change? And where will they go?
Well, the answer, again, I can't speak for the select board and what they're going to allow. And Bagels Best and Cook, they'll be dealing with the select board for for their permit to have the outdoor seating, and that will also be a public hearing in front of the select board. The James will be coming to us because their 5 spaces are on private property. But
Okay, so
I would guess that they'll be at the same locations that they had it last year. It's the same parking spaces that Bagels Best is currently using and that Cook has been using. I mean, Cook seems to be moving the tables and chairs back in at night, so I'm only there in the morning, so I don't see what spaces they're using.
I was under the impression that Cook is there kind of semi-permanently. They've got that.
Yeah, but still,
kind
I would guess, and again, this is just a guess, that they're just going to be applying to have the same spaces be used again.
Okay, so I'm confused what this hearing is for then.
Okay, the hearing is because under our current special permit with the town for the municipal, for their using this land, the municipal parking lot for parking, we have all kinds of conditions for what they have to do in the parking lot, including things like landscaping. It's a special permit. It does not include the ability to have outdoor seating for the restaurants that abut the parking lot. And so this is merely a technicality to add that condition to allow for the use of the parking lot for outdoor seating for the restaurants that abut the parking lot. They still have to go through our bylaw proceedings of getting permission of either the planning board or the select board, depending upon whether it's on private or public property, in order to have those seats, but it allows the use of the parking lot.
Okay,
for
so
outdoor seating.
So this is a kind of a 2-step process where
Correct.
this allows them to apply to use those spaces. So it's not like the entire parking lot could at one point be taken over
Correct.
for all outdoor seating.
Correct. I mean, I suppose by the wording of it, they could, but that's not going to happen because we're just going to allow some seating that, a little bit of seating that abuts the
Right.
the restaurants, and we still need to have parking.
Right. That was part of my concern was not, I thought that this was, so never mind, I get it. Then the other thing is then written into this, are there quiet hours and that sort of thing? I mean, I heard you guys talking about the snow removal down on 2nd Street, and it's very loud when they do the parking lot at Needham Bank at 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 in the morning. So and Cook often goes, I hear the karaoke and loud noise until around 11. Sometimes it's even a little later. So we used to have buildings across the street that protected us a little bit from the train and anything that was going on the other way. Now it's wide open. I hear the dumpster emptying and everything else. So that's another concern I have is, will there be some constraints on when quiet hour starts?
Well,
Or is that a different process?
Yeah, that's a different process. We're not dealing with that tonight.
Okay.
Each of the, this is really a question for Lee Newman as to what special permits each of those businesses has and what kind of restrictions they have, although the town is responsible for the snow plowing. The karaoke, that would be in the special permit for Cook.
Right, so that would be in front of the select board.
No, the special permit for Cook, I think, is in terms of their operations.
But
and
I
the
think she's talking about outdoor activities.
Yes.
Outdoor noise. And that's
Yeah.
all happening really under the governor's, emergency order that allowed this outdoor dining to happen without, meeting our regulatory framework.
Right, I'm just asking, going
Okay.
forward under this, would that be addressed then under the select board when they go to apply for their permit?
Correct, absolutely.
Okay, and will we be notified of those hearings then also, the way we were about this?
We would expect so.
Okay,
It's my understanding that the select board intends to provide public notification for parking that's done, for seating that's done on parking spaces. So yes.
okay,
But you better be alert for it.
yeah.
Keep your eye,
Like everything else.
yeah, keep your eyes open for the public notices, which the Needham we used to publish our public notices in the Needham Times, but the Needham Times is going to cease the paper publication. So
Ah.
those are being moved to the Hometown Weekly.
Okay,
So keep your eyes peeled in the Hometown Weekly for the publication of public notices in case they don't actually send it to you in the mail.
okay. Do they post them at the library or anything else like that
Should be posted at town hall, right?
at town hall?
Well, I think you might want to reach out to the assistant in the select board's office, Miles, who can let you know the schedule. He's managing the outdoor dining for the town manager's office.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think it's a great idea to have outdoor dining, especially since COVID looks like it's going to be here permanently.
As long as they keep karaoke to a reasonable hour.
Well, especially in the summer when I have the windows open, we don't have air conditioning and I'm on the front of the house, so I get it full blast and they don't always sound in tune. So,
It's karaoke. What do you expect?
well, it's hard when you get perfect pitch,
And
Speaking of which,
Lynn?
thank you for
Yes.
being, aware and being involved and engaging and coming out tonight.
I appreciate the opportunity.
And let me add, Lynn, that I may have been a neighbor of yours at one time. 8 years ago, we moved away and sold our house at the corner of May and Garden Street.
Oh,
And
yes.
I know very well, when you live across the street from a commercial district, the noises that go along with that. And, there's, it's certainly to raise these issues and see to what extent it is possible to control such noise. For example, the time of day that our dumpsters are issued is one thing that we try to control. And so I really understand your concern for sure, Lynn.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And I should connect with you at some point. Yeah.
Certainly.
So, thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you, you too. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. So I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Second.
And any discussion? Jean McKnight,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. It's unanimous. Marty, you got moved.
I can hear you.
I need a motion to grant the relief requested, which is in the middle of page 3.
I move that,
Wait a
we-
minute, Paul, I don't think you read in the comments on this one,
I
did you?
thought that I did. There was only one comment. It was from the fire chief.
Okay, all right,
I thought
Thank
I
you.
did that at the beginning, and the fire department is okay with this amendment.
okay.
okay, well, I'll move that we grant a major project site plan special permit amendment under section 7.4 of the Needham zoning bylaw and a special permit under section 5.1.1.6 of the bylaw to waive strict adherence with the requirements of sections 5.1.2 required parking and 5.1.3 parking plan and design requirements subject to and with the benefit of the plan modifications, conditions, and limitations set forth in the decision that is before us tonight.
Very good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? We'll take the vote. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
All right, aye.
Adam Block, you muted. Adam.
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
the chair votes aye. It's unanimous. The only comment that I have is in Exhibit 6. Lee, we don't have anything from Tara Gurge or from
Right.
Tom Ryder.
I'll eliminate that, all those references.
Any other comments on the decision?
I have a comment on the score, but not the decision.
Did the score change? Well, it must have been.
It's 101 to 100 for the Celtics over Toronto.
Oh, you know how much time is left?
3 minutes.
Wow. Maybe we should take a 10-minute break. No, only kidding. So do I have a motion on approving the decision?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Take the roll. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. That's approved.
Thank you very much.
Good. You're welcome. Thank you, Chris. Finally, our 8 o'clock public hearing. It is now 9:38 with regard to the proposed zoning amendment to the zoning bylaw. To change the schedule of use regulations to allow for brew pubs and microbreweries. Adam has agreed to give a brief explanation of the amendment that's in front of us, and then we will open it up to public discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, I'll share my screen.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. All right. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
So in November of 2020, our manager of economic development in the town had received a phone call from a gentleman who was interested in potentially establishing a brewery of some kind in town, and wanted to find out where he could site one, and based on the various uses and what size and so on. And that began a process of internal investigation. And ultimately, I think the building commissioner had said that it wasn't really, he didn't think that it was allowed in our bylaws. And that continued this internal discussion about trying to make it more clear in our bylaws that this use is allowed and where and how. But I will note that I think Marty had pointed out that he and Jean were part of another zoning change elsewhere in the bylaw, which I should have had, I think, in the use table. On page 19 of our most recent bylaws, which was a catch-all that effectively said if there was an analogous use, that it would be allowed. And yet, I think that although the intent, Marty, you and Jean had was a good intent, and yet the particulars and features of this type of a use would be better to be spelled out more clearly in our bylaws to avoid that kind of internal and external misunderstanding about the uses. So ultimately, a working group was struck up to, that Lee had guided us. Our economic development manager conducted a thorough review of various breweries in Waltham and of the hundreds of breweries throughout Massachusetts. And we put together this proposal for a zoning change to make it more clear. And ultimately, what we're talking about is effectively two different types of breweries. One is a brew pub and the other is a microbrewery. Here, a brew pub is defined as an eat-in restaurant licensed to produce and sell malt beverages. The primary business is the preparation and sale of food. So here we're talking about a restaurant effectively, and its accessory business is the production of malt beverages, which would include beer, ales, and hard ciders. And it would be available for on-site consumption and for on-site sales for off-site consumption. So if you go and you have a burger, you happen to try a beer and you like it, you could pick up a 6-pack or a 4-pack, depending, on your way out. And it should also probably be said, I think, Lee, it's true that you can come in off the street and you can also then just buy, a 4-pack as well, as an example. But beer can only really be sold to other establishments at a maximum of 40% of the capacity. So all of the beer that they produce on site, only 40% of it can be sold to other establishments. Accessory outdoor dining and live indoor entertainment is allowed only if such is permitted in the underlying zoning district. Now, the microbrewery definition is a facility that's licensed to produce and sell malt, wine, and hard cider for retail sale, for wholesale distribution, as well as for consumption on or off site. The maximum capacity would be 15,000 barrels a year, which is less than if for some of the attendees here or some of the other planning board members, if they know the Mighty Squirrel, they produce, as an example, I think, over 18,000 barrels a year. So this is smaller than, for instance, Mighty Squirrel. In this scenario, the primary business is the brewery, and the secondary business, the accessory business, is food. So to be clear, the brew pub is a restaurant that can manufacture and sell beer, and a microbrewery is a brewery business that can, that can also sell food. So you can eat and consume food on site, or you can also pick up food to go, potentially. The tasting room would be a maximum of 25% of the total space of the facility, and they would be able to host events and offer factory tours. Again, here, as with the brew pub, live indoor entertainment is allowed, provided that it's permitted in the underlying zoning districts. So this is to give a little sense of where brew pubs in particular are permitted. And to be clear, brew pubs are only permitted by special permit. It's not a by right use. And the permitted districts for a brew pub include the business district, the Chestnut Street Business District, the Center Business District, Avery Square Business District, industrial districts. But just to be clear, with the industrial districts, it's only within 150 feet of Arbor Street, which is effectively, I think it's across from TBS, if I'm not mistakenly. Is that correct? In that area?
Okay, could you Could you repeat the question?
Sure. So we've allowed brew pubs in the industrial district, but only within 150 feet of Arbor Street.
Right,
So generally speaking, is that roughly in the area where 3 Squares is, let's say?
that's correct. That's
Thank
the
you.
only, that's the only portion of the industrial district where it's enabled.
Thank you. It's also allowed by special permit in the New England Business District, Highland Commercial 128, Mixed Use 128, and Highway Commercial 1. And the microbrewery, again, this is only available by special permit. It's not available by right. And a microbrewery would be permitted under the zoning change in the New England Business Center, Highland Commercial 128, Mixed Use 128, Highway Commercial 1, and the Industrial 1 district. The excluded districts, which is to say neither brew pubs nor microbreweries, are permissible at all in the residential districts or in any of the institutional districts. And with that, I welcome any comments and questions.
Okay. So, yes, Natasha.
I have a question in general. I was reading some of the letters that were written by the community, and one of the questions that I have is there a provision for how far away we are from any residential residents or any residential area? Because some of these districts abut the residential area, so just a question that I have.
So in the zoning, as it's presented right now, we do not have that restriction. So I read that comment as well, and let's discuss it. Marty?
Well, I just want to point out that all of these establishments will be subject to having to get a liquor license from the select board and from the ABCC.
And also from the federal ATF.
And from the federal ATF. So,
And-
so for example, there was one comment that questioned about space, not just residential, but also from schools and playgrounds. And these are all issues that really can be brought up and should be brought up at the select board hearings for the issuance of the liquor license. In the case of a school, the question didn't include churches, but there is a state statute that you cannot have a liquor license within 500 feet of a school or a church unless the select board makes certain findings. When there is an application to the select board for the liquor license, I think that's when neighbors who do not want to see the establishment in the particular location would have their opportunity to explain why it doesn't make sense to grant a liquor license for that establishment at that location.
And may I add that in no location are these facilities to be allowed by right. They're all to be allowed by special permit, so that at the time, the planning board could certainly determine that a certain site is not appropriate for this type of use, rather than setting complicated feet distant from any residential area. Just go site by site is the concept here.
And for further clarity, Jean, I think it's probably worth mentioning that any applicant that were to apply would identify all of the types of uses. So for instance, if, I can understand a scenario where a resident across the street from one of the commercial districts may be concerned, like we just heard, if there was karaoke happening at one of these facilities. I think because it's a special permit, we'd be, first of all, they would be required in their application to identify if they're going to provide any indoor entertainment. And that would be a very important consideration for, for the planning board, in any kind of approval or any kind of mitigation, especially if it's a site that's, that close to a residential district.
Right. So people who might object to a particular application really get two bites at the apple to object, one in front of the planning board for the special permit and one in front of the select board for the liquor license.
That's right.
I think with all that as introduction, this is a public hearing.
Right.
Right.
And we
Oh,
need to
yes.
open it up to the participants.
Yes.
So I see two hands raised. So let's bring in the first one, Thomas Harkins. The third hand was just raised, but so Alex, if you would bring Tom Harkins over. Tom, you need to unmute yourself, and if you're able to turn on your video, it would be appreciated. And
Mr.
please state your
Chairman.
name and address.
Mr. Chairman, before we hear from Tom, do we need a motion to waive the public notice?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Gene McKnight?
Aye.
By the way, this is a motion to waive the reading of the public notice. Adam Block,
Sorry, misspoke.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Tom, you're still muted. And you unmute yourself. Alex, can you see if he needs any assistance?
The only thing I can do is ask him to unmute, which will prompt him to, which I've been doing.
What if we kept him while he's trying to figure out his audio, and then maybe we can bring the next?
Now, bring over Lewis's note 10 is what's listed as the. Oh, there's Tom.
Yes.
We're gonna let you go first.
Okay.
Name and address, please, Tom.
Thomas Harkins, 24 Main Street, Needham, Massachusetts. According to the Massachusetts Brewers Guild, there are 214 commercial breweries in Massachusetts, and 182 have tap rooms. Another 30 are expected to open in 2022. Another 30, yes. For several years, I've been advocating for a brewery in Needham, and I am pleased with the planning boards for addressing this issue. I think the plan zoning article allows for reasonable regulation, and the special permit provision allows the town to address any concerns people may have. Having been to over 60 breweries in the Commonwealth, I recognize that most of them are good neighbors and have been positive additions to their communities. Of the 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts, Needham is one of the most populous that does not have a brewery or a brew pub. I encourage the planning board to clearly and strongly the importance of this zoning article. I'm very active in helping support it, and I hope you are too. One last thing, to be picky, in the amount of gallons in a barrel, it is written 30 with a number 31 in parentheses. So let's get that out before we get on town meeting. And takes another 20 minutes to get done. And to be fair, and to be fairly picky again, the amount of gallons in a barrel is 31.5. Okay. And so good luck to you. And I'll leave you with one last thing dealing with microbreweries, food trucks. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Louis, it looks like it's Louis Wolfson. Am I correct?
Correct. How are you?
Good. Name and address,
Good.
please, Louis.
Lou Wolfson, 29 Samil Road, Needham. First, I just want to thank Marty for all his dedication and hard work all these years for the board, and wishing him all the best of luck and where he goes from here.
Thanks, Lou. Appreciate that.
That's number one. Also, I believe, Adam, in some of the zones that you mentioned, I believe you overlooked the industrial zone on Crescent Road. Maybe I'm wrong, but it is a zone that does allow everything that you mentioned. That retail establishments are allowed there, entertainment is allowed there, bottling is allowed there, manufacturing is allowed there, craft and consumer professionals are allowed there, theaters, indoor moving picture shows, restaurants are allowed there with special permit. So I'm hoping that that will also be considered, because it would be a great potential use for people that have approached us in the past looking for space in order to provide their craft.
I think that's industrial, not industrial one, right?
That's correct.
It's right,
Yes.
but the way the zoning is prepared, the only area within any industrial district is within 150 feet of Arbor Street, which is
Well,
to
that's
say,
Okay.
and I,
But
and I
that's what I'm
understand-
saying.
Yes, you're
I mean-
advocating to increase the district, the available area in the industrial districts in town.
Well, I believe it's a matter of right to do the bottling and manufacturing that in these areas already. So I feel it's a disservice to the community and potential tenants that necessarily aren't looking to have a restaurant or that nature, but maybe just want to have the craft practice that's out to the consumer or bottle less amount.
That's an interesting point. Thank you.
May I respond to Mr. Wolfson?
Yeah.
With two things. The only part of our town's industrial district, and apart from industrial one, the separate district, as Mr. Block indicated, is the certain distance from Avery Street. It would
Arbor.
not be Avery Street. Excuse me, I'm saying
Arbor Street.
Arbor Street. I'm saying the wrong street. Yeah, Arbor Street. At this point, since it hasn't been advertised that the town is proposing to allow microbreweries or brew pubs in any other industrially zoned area, I don't think we can change what we're proposing in order to expand the area that we're proposing to allow this use. If this goes forward and seems to be working, and then another year, we want to expand it for the Crescent Street area, I think, then we could do it. We could, at least put it before the voters again. So that's my point number one.
Yeah.
Point number two is, I think it's a concern that that Lou has raised, that by specifying now the use microbreweries and brew pubs, the possibility of interpreting the word bottling or the other words that he mentioned as being broad enough to include brew pubs and microbrewing is that the doors would be closed on that. That would not be a legitimate interpretation of our bylaws, since we have very specifically said what those uses are and where they're allowed. So
I would like to raise the question for Lee Newman. I agree with Jean that we cannot change the proposed bylaw to present to town meeting to expand what was noticed. We can restrict it, but we can't expand it. And what you're suggesting, Louis, would be an expansion, and so we cannot do that. But my question is that an amendment that can be raised on the floor of town meeting to include the Crescent Street area?
No, it would be outside the four corners of the article. It goes beyond the legal ad that was made.
Well, could I ask, I've never even heard about a committee study. And I just feel that, and everything that the planning has done and economics have done over the years has pretty much excluded Crescent Road. And everything that you have all mentioned here, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you said that it was bottling, craft consumer, theater, restaurant, everything. I mean, how could you just exclude an area that's allowed use? You're taking tax revenues out of the town, taking potential businesses from coming into town.
Well, we're not
No.
excluding them from coming into town, Louis. We're excluding them from going into the district that you want to include. The whole
Well,
idea is to allow them to come into town.
That's an allowed district. You're correct.
So we hear what you're saying, Louis. This would have to be an amendment if this passes to begin with. If this passes town meeting. In order to include Crescent Road, it would have to require an amendment. And I, as a member of the planning board, would certainly be willing to look at that, to bring that amendment to town meeting either in October or next year.
Okay.
But I would have to, we would do our due diligence and, we'll put it on the table for you.
I appreciate it. I just hate that it's always an overlooked area in our community. It is within a half mile of the train station as well. And, people say they'd like it to be with, an area that they could walk to the commuter rail. All the other areas that you're talking about don't allow for that either, that I'm aware of.
There is also on Crescent and just south west of there, a fairly dense residential area, right?
There is in the Arbor Way as well. Arbor Road, there's a lot of condominiums in the area, you're correct.
Lee, can you speak any more to the selection of parts of the industrial area and why this one was specifically singled out?
Well, I think this one was singled out. I think the industrial district along Hillside Avenue was excluded because of their proximity to residential areas. Along, I think, Hillside Avenue, the industrial district is sitting across the street from an apartment district and single family residential development. I think in this case, the access to all this is right through, residential neighborhood. So I think the idea was to have this kind of activity happen in areas that are more separated from Needham's residential development. And the reason I think why the district was selected was because it was right on the spine. It was right on Highland Avenue. There was an existing restaurant that was currently operational there that people, I think, felt might be appropriate for a conversion. So I think that was part of the thought process at the time.
That sounds like spot zoning to me.
I don't think so, Louis.
Well,
you're talking to lawyers here. I don't think we're talking spot zoning here, Louis.
Well, but again, the aspect of trucks going down the area we're talking about already is happening. So it's no more traffic. But I appreciate, Paul, that you'll bring it up in front. And so we'll go from there. And I appreciate it, but I don't like being overlooked. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Ken G. Again, Ken, you need to, there you go. And may we have your name and address, please?
Absolutely. My name is Ken Gantz, 26 Holmes Street in Needham. First of all, I really appreciate everyone taking this up 2 hours past when it was initially supposed to be, and still with the interest and vigor that I I was expecting at 8. But I really appreciate all the comments that have been read in. I'm very much in favor of the initiative, and I appreciate the comments that just preceded me. I also appreciate your comments as a body. I think the intention here. So let me back up. I'm not only a resident. I'm hoping to be to bring the first microbrewery to Needham. I'm not the gentleman who reached out in November of 2020, but I have an appreciation of craft beer that was sort of honed during the pandemic, where if you take a geographic look around Massachusetts, you'll see that we're in a brewery desert. There's nothing anywhere within a reasonable distance, and I think it's something that we're sorely lacking for. I also, so what I was gonna say is I think that you guys are spot on in terms of my personal opinion is that these should be as broad as possible, and that you can judge on the merits of each individual application, whether or not, keeping in mind that you will have by that point have obtained a federal license, a state license, and then separately a pour license, and come before you for the specific site. I am a little nervous because I'm more interested in pursuing the microbrewery piece of this than the brew pub piece. One of the reasons that Needham, Newton, Wellesley may not have a microbrewery is because land is really expensive. And so by my feeling is by limiting the size of the tasting room to 25%, understanding that that's what maybe some other communities further out from Boston have done. I'm a little nervous that the economics aren't going to be there for a microbrewery where 75% of the floor area needs to be devoted to an industrial use.
That's not entirely correct. Just to be clear on that point, Ken. The other 75% of space is available for the production of beer, but also for food service. So we're baking into account multiple, lines of business for a proprietor.
So I would love to get your interpretation or this body's interpretation of that, because my vision is an upscale brewery tap room, and one in which would love to pursue even like, let's stick. So there would definitely be food served. And so it just wouldn't be the primary business use. The primary business use would be producing and selling beer. And so I guess I'm curious to hear what the definition of primary business would be. Is it just purely gross sales? Because if that's the case, if a food service area has more beer sales than food sales, I guess, so I'm not thinking of having like a separate food service area and a separate tasting room. It would be beer production, and then there'd be an area where you could partake in food, or beer, or both. And so I guess the question is, would that be limited to 25% of the floor area?
Yes, in particular, the tap room. So if it was a 10,000 square foot facility, up to 25% of that facility could be used, so 2,500 square feet, could be used as a tasting room.
Yeah, but I guess the
I should say
question is, Adam,
I should say tap room. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Paul.
well, because I thought your definition was for the 25% was a tasting room.
A tap. So, sorry,
You have,
I
you know,
apologize.
you know,
A tasting room up to 25% of the square footage. Such facility may provide samples at no charge, limited in size, provided that such sampling is allowed under relevant local, state, and federal statutes, regulations, and licenses issued thereunder.
right. So that's not a restaurant that is selling beer and food. That's separate from a tasting room where you're giving free samples.
Well, so then I think, if I may, to Mr. Block's point, the final sentence is the facility may include as an accessory use an eat-in or takeout restaurant, including outdoor dining, which may occupy more than half of the area of the facility, and live indoor entertainment if otherwise permitted in the zoning district in which the microbrewery is located, if and as permitted by its license.
Mm-hmm.
So two things about that. One, I think I may be shooting myself in the foot here, but I think maybe that sentence should have read, which may occupy not more than half of the area of the facility, because if it's saying that it may occupy more than half of the area of the facility, I'm not sure why you even bother saying that. But be that as it may, I guess I'm curious if a facility can be both an eat-in or takeout restaurant and sell beer, where do we draw the line in terms of, like, does there actually need to be like a divider? And the reason I'm asking you this is because you are not step one in the process. I first have to go secure space, which, by the way, was it Mr. Lewis, to his point, include the Crescent Street area, don't include it, but there's no inventory of space out there that would fit the bill for what I'm looking to do. Because if there was, I'd be in front of you tonight if that was possible. It's not because of this, but the question, I guess, is just if you need to have food in order to, let me back up. I guess my point was really just that I first need to go find space, then I need to go to the federal licensing authority for alcohol, then I need to go to the state licensing authority for alcohol, then I need to come see you and also as at the select board to obtain the liquor license, right? So all those things need to happen before, and I'm well into having signed a lease at this point. So I guess I'm just curious, because by the way, to your example, 10,000 square feet, if I'm limited to 2,500 square foot of area where the public can actually be, that's a huge brewery operation, 7,500 square feet.
No, it's 2,500 square feet where you can have a tasting room.
So 25%, right.
Right. So if you have a 10,000 square foot facility, you can have a tasting room that's 2,500 square feet. And then you can have a tap room with food, a restaurant type operation for additional space. And of course, you need your space for your brewery.
But so I guess that's my question, because if I'm not interested in having an on-site kitchen, but either food trucks or maybe a pizza oven or something, there's food available, but not the primary use. So if there was no separate restaurant space, but food was always available, in whatever capacity that is. Like, I guess my question is, in order to satisfy the accessory use as an eat-in or takeout restaurant, that's not really what's happening, right? It's just space, call it a tasting room, call it a tap room, call it a restaurant. I'm not sure. I guess that's my question is, what do we call that? If it's an area where beer and food is served, is that a restaurant? Is that a tasting room?
So
I'm
I
not clear.
understand the confusion. And it's good that you're bringing this up to get clarity. If I understand correctly, Lee, what we're saying is, first, there are several things here. One, under no circumstances will we create an establishment that produces alcohol that does not provide for food as well. Which is to say, the town is not interested at this point in having bars. Okay, because that's what happens at a bar, right? It's zero food and all alcohol, or a Diet Coke, I guess. And then, so that's the first point, and that's a function of, I think, policy for now. The second point is, with a microbrewery as opposed to a brew pub, which I acknowledge is a different business model, the large majority of the operation is on the creation, the production of the beer, and the sale of the beer itself. And the vast majority of that beer is going to be sold to other establishments of some kind, either directly or by wholesale. There's a smaller area where there can be a tasting room. That tasting room may or may not have food. You can have food. Well, all that we're saying is that with food, you can have, the food business can operate more than 50% of the business if that's what a microbrewery decided to do. And that may include the tap room space, but it's not exclusive of it. So, for instance, of the 10,000 square foot example, only 25% of that, 2,500 square feet, is the tap room. But
No,
that
not the
doesn't.
tap room.
Sorry, a tasting room.
Tasting room.
I thank you for the clarification. I apologize.
What's the difference? You're gonna have to define these two.
I'm reading this because I'm looking at it, what we've drafted here, and I'm reading the difference, and correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, because I think you have more experience into the drafting of this, is that a tasting room is where you're giving free samples. People go in, they pour a small container, a very small container of beer. People taste it. They're not being charged for that small tasting. They may have cans or bottles on the counter that you can then buy because you say, oh, I like this beer. Let me buy a 6-pack. And they go ahead and they do that there, but you're not charging for them to consume the alcohol on the premises. Whereas a tap room, which is an accessory, and I think you need to have food in it because that's what Needham wants to see, is where you are charging for a 12-ounce or a 16-ounce beer or a 20-ounce beer. You're charging for a full container of beer with food. That's not a tasting room.
These definitions that you're proposing don't appear anywhere in this proposed bylaw.
Tap room and tasting room is not defined. You're right. Lee, can you speak to what you meant with the tasting room?
I think the tasting room is what is just as Paul described it. That's how I envisioned it. It was a space where you went in to taste samples of the product that you may be interested in purchasing. And Needham doesn't allow bars. And so there is no provision here for a bar. So the only way that you can actually sell the alcohol that's produced is in the context of a restaurant, if for consumption on the site. So as I looked at the microbrewery, it was a facility where you were producing the product. It was an area where you might have a tasting room where you could, taste the product and decide if you want to purchase it. And then then they would have the opportunity, if they wanted, to have a restaurant where they could actually serve food and sell the product.
So where does the tap room come into it?
There is no tap room. Needham doesn't permit bars. So how
Okay.
can we have a tap room?
So none of that's clear from the definitions in our proposed bylaw. None of that.
I think
Well,
we
the,
could
the,
clarify
the, the
that.
word tap room is not used in our definition anywhere. The
Neither
only,
is
the
the
only,
word-
def- the only thing that's used is tasting room.
I don't see tasting room. Where do you see tasting room?
It's in the definition of microbrewery, Marty.
But it's not a
um,
defined, Marty's
one-
right. A tasting room is not a defined term.
Right.
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 All it says is it can't exceed 25%.
Yeah, but then
It
it goes
doesn't
on
say what
to
it
say,
is.
any such facility may provide samples at no charge.
Now,
I
Unlimited
think
stock.
that was, I thought that was a reference to the tasting room.
I thought it
Yes.
was too.
Yeah,
could be.
it's
a lot
it's
clearer.
not really clear. The connection, however, isn't clear.
So I
between
think,
the two sentences. And
think the less-
I'd like to make a point in response to what a question or concern Ken had. Ken, I failed to note your last name. I just refer to you by your first name. Forgive me. But the definition of microbrewery does not require that there be a restaurant. It says, which may include as an accessory use, preparation and or sale of food for on-premises consumption or for takeout. Then later in the definition, it says, the facility may include as an accessory use an eat-in or takeout restaurant, including outdoor dining. I think the concept here is to be broad. As was pointed out, Needham in its licensing does not currently license establishments that are just bars. But it does seem as though the way we've defined microbrewery, if such establishments were allowed in the future per licensing, this definition of microbrewery would allow such an establishment because the restaurant is only something you may have. It doesn't say and must include.
My last name is Gantz, but
Gantz?
Gantz,
thank you.
Gantz. So in response, thank you. First of all, this conversation has been helpful in one sense and leads to other questions in another. But I think so. So my concern, Ms. McKnight, is that I absolutely think that food should be served at the establishment in my head. But what I'm curious about is whether serving food is in and of itself principally if that use is a restaurant use. If beer is sold and food is sold, does that make it a restaurant? Or does that make it a tap room? Or does that make it a tasting room? And that's where, because I need to know for planning purposes that I'll be able to do more than 25% of the floor area to have the public congregate with food and beverage, just that food may not be the principal use of that space. Indeed, I probably won't, again, in my head, I'm not seeking to have like a full brew pub restaurant type of operation, but whether it's partnering with other local establishments and bringing their food prepared off-site and having it available, whether it's having food trucks, whether it's having a pizza oven that augments said prepared food or food trucks, there would certainly be food available. But the question is, does that in and of itself make it an eat-in or take-out restaurant? Or does that?
No, that makes it an accessory use to your microbrewery. And I think you're right. I think that where it says, which may occupy more than half of the area, Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I think Mr. Gantz is correct that that probably was meant to say which may not occupy more than half of the area.
No,
Mr. Alpert, Mr. Alpert,
excuse me, I recall our discussion on that point very clearly. There was some concern that how can we call something accessory when it might be more than 50% of the square footage of the facility? So we said, oh, okay. Well, we'll just say that it can be more than 50%, but we're still calling it accessory.
Well, then Ken raises the question, when does a microbrewery become a brew pub? Or when does a brew pub become a microbrewery?
well, and if I may, the real question that I would like answered, I'm not sure it's possible, but I would like answered, is the accessory use isn't serving food. The accessory use is being an eat-in or take-out restaurant. And so does that, in order to be an eat-in or take-out restaurant, does it have to sell food predominantly? Or is the fact that food is available make it an accessory use to be able to sell beer with food available in a space open to the public?
The intent was the latter.
And one thing I'll put a very minor, we've got a couple of lawyers here and I'm a retired lawyer. So some words have magic meaning. And we say may include as an accessory use preparation and or sale of food. So it could be preparation and sale of food. In other words, you prepare the food, you sell the food. Or it can be simply the sale of food. The food could be prepared elsewhere. You're simply selling it.
I think you may be looking at the
We
brew
thought
pub
we were
definition.
addressing.
No,
that by
she's
the
not.
Use of those words.
So this was written initially to provide a structure and context and to provide, and I think we're learning here that we need to define it a little bit more as Marty's identified as his view. And yet it's also to be broad enough so that way, as an accessory use, you don't necessarily have to have a sandwich and a deep fryer, a grease trap, and a pizza oven. You could bring that food in that's already prepared, and maybe you have an oven to warm it if it's going to be warm food, but effectively you bring the food in that's prepared and then you sell it to the public. And the ratio is totally up to you. It's market driven. You need clarity in planning to figure out what we're talking about in terms of a tap room. And I think, and for the consumption of food. So there's flexibility in the definition for you on the one hand. And I think it's true that we've discovered we do need to further define tasting room.
And I also think, frankly, looking at it more broadly, I don't know why we're getting into these square footage limitations. Why do we want to do that?
And to that point, this is always going to be subject to special permit review, right? So
correct.
That is the other, well, this is a secondary point, but the microbrewery definition talks about wholesale distribution. It allows wholesale distribution. It doesn't say anything about direct distribution. Meanwhile, the brew pub definition makes no mention of wholesale. And in fact, I would posit that under Massachusetts law, if you get a farmer's brewery license, you're entitled to wholesale or direct distribution, but a brew pub actually doesn't entitle you to that. So I guess I'm curious why the microbrewery language doesn't mirror the brew pub language, which basically just says, as long as you're doing it in accordance with state and federal statutes, then so in other words, I'm not sure if I'm interpreting it to be too narrow an interpretation to read it as only allowing for wholesale distribution and therefore not direct distribution. But if that's not the intent, I'm not sure why the word wholesale needs to be in there, frankly.
It's a good comment. This is very constructive. If you, do you have any other comments or questions?
I think I've used my my time here. I appreciate you guys all hearing me out.
Okay, very quickly, the definition of microbrewery includes retail sale for consumption on and off the premises or wholesale distribution. So a microbrewery can have both.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, would I be entitled to sell kegs of beer to the James and to Blue on Highland?
Yes, as a microbrewery, yes.
But not as a brew pub.
Because that, okay.
And the reason for that is because the brew pub principal business is the food business. So there are some, so when I think Jean and Lee and I and Amy were looking at these things, and when the planning board was discussing it at an earlier point, we were looking at all kinds of different models. Some models that had no food whatsoever, and that's when we discovered that we needed to have some food. Like you, I've seen those establishments that have done the food truck only scenario, and yet this was the direction that was ultimately taken for now as a starting point. And I think the point was that, or the intention was that, with a brew pub, you can come in, have a bite to eat, try the beers, and then if you like your double IPA, you can pick it up and go, and you can also sell it directly, as opposed to a wholesale operation, which would mean, for instance, potentially multiple trucks backing up and taking large loads of beer and running out, because that kind of a use adds more complexity and may require additional mitigation, and was something that we wanted to avoid for those reasons. Lee, I think that's fairly accurate. Is that right?
I think that that's an accurate representation of our thought process.
I just want to be clear that the inverse is also true, which is if I have a microbrewery, can I sell to the James and to Blue on Highland?
Yes.
Yes, that's wholesale, isn't it? Isn't that a wholesale sale?
Yes.
I want to make sure, because I wouldn't be involving a wholesaler. I would be
He's making a distinction, and there, I don't know, and I think Amy's looking into this, whether with respect to the liquor licensing laws at the municipal, state, and federal level, if there is a distinction of the term wholesale that would enable you to be able to sell without a wholesaler, but you're still wholesaling your product. In other words, you're selling your beer at a wholesale price to, let's say, the James. You're not going through a separate third party in order to facilitate that sale. So I think that's part of the reason why we have the catch-all language subject to state, federal, and municipal regulations.
And Mr.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Jean.
Mr. Gans, if this is something you're intending to do as your business, I'm sure you've looked into these state regulations as well. And so did we look at them and read them, and they were completely unfamiliar to me. But I'd have to go back and look, but I thought there was some provision for allowing a certain percentage of beer produced at such a facility to be sold directly to another restaurant, but I'm not positive of that. It's not something that we would control in this bylaw. It's a matter of state law and regulations with regard to the distribution of liquor that we have no control over.
Well, and that's all that I, like, in my head, that's all that I could ask, is that this be interpreted as broadly as possible to allow for whatever is allowed at, because you're right, that there are differing, there's the farmer's brewery, a farmer's brewer's license, there's a pub brewer's license, there's a manufacturer of malt liquor. There's different types of licenses, and they all allow different types of use and distribution. And so I'm trying to make sure that, for one thing, if and when anything is ever changed at a state level, for example, during the pandemic, they temporarily allowed for breweries to deliver products, sell and deliver products directly to your door. I know that well because I was ordering from Trillium, and they were delivering to my door. And so I want to make sure that I don't also then, if that were to be the case on an emergency basis or otherwise, I need to come before the planning board or the zoning board of appeals in order to get some zoning relief in addition to whatever the alcoholic license processes would also be.
As it currently states, you're entitled to sell up to 40% of your capacity to another establishment.
No, that's a brew pub.
That's what I'm saying. I apologize. It's the hour, I think. But yes, under a brew pub, that's precisely correct. That up to 40% of the capacity could be sold. We didn't refer to it as wholesale, but it could be sold to another establishment, and that's what the intent was. It sounds to me like, Lee, we need to clarify some of these terms. I know Amy's already working on one of them with respect to the wholesale distribution and the impact on the 3 different types of licenses that Ken was referring to.
Well, I think the issue is that there are certain requirements that the state has about what these different entities can do as a function of how they're actually licensed. So if you have like a license, I think if you're a brewer and you're holding a license, I think as a manufacturer of wine and malt beverages, then you're authorized to, I think, to manufacture and blend. But these licenses do not allow for self-distribution of your product to retailers. You have to go through a wholesaler. So, the state has regulations as a function of what license you hold with the state in terms of who you can sell and how they don't allow you, for example, to be a wholesaler selling your product to a retail entity. So we can't control that.
But I just want to be clear, because that's true for brewpub. That is not the case for microbrewery, and that's the one that I'm focused on. Microbrewery, you absolutely can, and there are plenty of examples that do, and that's the camp I'm going to fall into.
Okay.
Well, I think the lesson here from what we're learning and this interaction is very helpful, is that we'll be discussing this language. And as part of that discussion on this planning board, we should take another look at those regulations, make sure we're not unintentionally being stricter than we want to be. And
if I may, we've spent a lot of time with Mr. Gantz. There are more hands raised. We now have 5 people who want to speak, and it is 10:40. And we have.
I was just trying to wrap it. I was trying to wrap that up.
I really appreciate all the attention to this, and thank you all
for your comments. And if we may, let's move on to some other comments and try to get this done this week.
Thank you.
Alex, please bring Artie Crocker over.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it.
State your address, please, Artie.
Oh, yes. Artie Crocker, 17 Fairlawn Street, Needham. And congratulations, and as well to Marty for all the years you served on the board. It's clearly an awful lot of work, and you've done well for the town. So thank you for that. A couple of questions I have is this. We had started talking about neighborhoods, which are allowed, not allowed, and I heard mention about Bav talking about that. specifically, right, one question I have right now is the the Highland Terrace neighborhood, the one near Panera Bread. I think it's the Highland Terrace is the road. The one near Panera Bread and all those buildings going up the street there that are back up to Highland Terrace. Are those allowed to have brew pubs? That's one. Then the other one question is also outdoor music. Just to state, I am really very much in favor of doing something with this. I think they're going to be a fabulous addition to the town. Absolutely fabulous addition. Just a little clarification is needed to make sure we protect the neighborhoods. I'm a lover of music. Is outdoor music going to be allowed on these brew pubs? So that's it. Outdoor music. And are the neighborhoods, again, I think it's Highland Terrace, are those protected, or are those going to fit into the special permit? And I think there's a lot of value in special permits, but I think there's sometimes they're overused, and we need to, at the very beginning, put protection in for certain neighborhoods and not allow even for the possibility of anything in the future to happen. Just put the protection in there now. So I'd like to get those are my couple of questions right now. Thank you.
Lee, do you want to answer the question about whether these uses are allowed?
Yes.
Where the Panera Bread is? It seems to me.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, it's allowed. It's allowed in that district. Both a brew pub and a microbrewery are allowed in the currently under this current proposal. It's allowed in the Highland Commercial 128 district, which is where Panera Bread is.
But only by special permit.
By special permit.
Subject to the special permit process and getting a liquor license from the Board of Selectmen by the Select Board.
And we should add also allowed in the New England Business Center district, because that district also abuts that neighborhood.
No, I understand that. I understand the districts in their, kind of a broad geographic area, certain specific districts. So they're not allowed in the Hillside Ave one, where Central Automotive is, because there are neighbors in that, somewhat close proximity, but they are allowed in the neighborhoods literally that back up right to the Highland Terrace neighborhoods.
Only by
I just want to make sure that's clear. That's what we're saying, correct?
Only by special permit, Arnie.
No, I can appreciate that. I appreciate the special permit. I do, but I do not believe they should ever be allowed right next to those neighborhoods. I think that's too close. Now, again, I appreciate the value of special permits. It gives a lot of flexibility. It also opens up a lot of holes for something to happen in the future we don't want to happen today. So if we don't want it to happen today, I think some consideration should be made so it can't happen ever in the future, which means not even by special permit. How that happens, I'm not sure. But again, I think it's a consideration that should be taken up now. I think they should be protected now. I see no need to allow even the possibility of that. And then the other question is
Artie,
anyway, sorry.
You use the plural, neighborhoods. You mentioned specifically Highland Terrace. Are there other neighborhoods other than Highland Terrace that you have in mind?
My apologies. Well, my apologies. Yeah, that's certainly one neighborhood. You're correct. Yeah, that neighborhood there, which is multiple streets in that area with a park inside of it. There's a park within that neighborhood, and I'm drawing a distinction between we're not allowing it in some areas because there are neighborhoods, very specifically because there are neighborhoods. But all of a sudden, we are allowing it here when there's a neighborhood right directly adjacent to it, a very neighborhood that should be protected as well. And I don't think we should allow for the possibility.
So you want to exclude the Highland?
I think
you want to exclude an area that's within a certain distance of the Highland Terrace neighborhood.
Yes, but to keep it a little bit more broad, I think there should be addressing not just that, but distance in general to houses, because to neighborhoods. We're already doing it again. That's why Hillside Ave is being taken out because of the proximity, excuse me. And so Highland Terrace should have the same value associated to that community and those
Well,
neighbors there.
that's a little difficult, Artie. Let's take the example of Hillside Gardens, which abuts a residential district. Would you allow for a brew pub at Hillside Gardens, which is right on Great Plain Avenue, right next to the business district, but also next to a residential district? You want us to exclude that
Well, I'm talking,
that parcel of land? Do you want us to exclude where, I mean, I don't know how far down from Hillside Gardens it is, but the location where Needham House of Pizza is that too close to a residential district? That location, that stretch of Great Plain Avenue needs to be excluded.
What the distance should be exactly, I'm not certain, but 200 feet, 300 feet. I honestly don't know exactly what the distance should be. What I do feel strongly about is that it's already been stated that one area was excluded because there was a neighborhood essentially across the street. And then here is a neighborhood that directly backs up to some businesses, which now could be allowed to have that. So I appreciate you saying that. I don't know what the distance should be. I can't sit here and say I know exactly what it should be. 25 feet is way too short, 50 feet is way too short.
That's a point well taken.
Yeah.
And there might be a way to carve out the Hillside Terrace district without being too restrictive in other areas of town.
I think one of the things, I think I agree with you, Mr. Chair, and it seems like, there are, we want to be mindful of where these establishments could be. And, we also note that we have multiple places in town that are already next to residential areas where you can consume alcohol or buy alcohol. So I think, Artie, you'd agree that there is a balance that we have to figure out here. It's a valid point. It's an excellent question. I think we do need to take a look at it. And I think we need to plot on a map, Lee, for instance, in these other districts, as an example, the one near Panera Bread, and is there already an ability to buy alcohol in those areas? So I think we could do that mapping exercise and come up with some kind of a determination if and how much of a setback there ought to be between this type of an establishment and a residential neighborhood. It's certainly worth looking into.
When do we need to have a final version of this ready for town meeting?
Tonight.
No, your drop dead date is your next planning board meeting, but by your next planning board meeting, this language has to be finalized. So the language for this would have to be finalized next Tuesday.
It's not going to happen.
No, I don't think this, I don't think this is ready. I don't think this is ready to go to town meeting.
I think
that was my next point, Paul. I'm not sure if it's ready also, but I think we're all in favor of doing something. Is the thing. I think we're all in favor of it, but are we gonna be rushing something to town? Are we rushing to something to town meeting where they're gonna look at it and going, why the hell are you bringing this to us when it's clearly not ready? And then all of a sudden people, amendments on town floor, there's language, there's a comma missing here, there's language missing there. And can it be something that's waiting until it's, I'm not talking about vetting. Is it something that can be waited until the languages have been clearly straightened out? I know we don't like to do planning board articles in the fall. I know there's been a big issue about that, but is there something that we can do to just wait a little bit longer? Just wait till then so we can straighten out the language.
I mean, my first position is I think we've identified a couple of very specific areas of improvement. And I'd like at least an opportunity to see what we can do. I think that includes the comments that Artie's making about putting in a restriction by geography of around certain parts of town, and to clarify some other definitions. I think that if we work hard in the next week, we'd have an opportunity to improve the language. If that doesn't turn out to be the case, if we can't do it, it's understandable. Then we, if it's not ready, then it's not ready. But I think that we still have a little bit of time to try and put this together.
Let's try.
And just one other question is, outdoor, I mean, I love music. I love outdoor music. Is outdoor music going to be allowed under this?
Well, I believe this stated that outdoor music is allowed if it's allowed in the underlying zoning district.
That's actually indoor entertainment.
That's indoor entertainment.
Yes. So, Artie, if outdoor entertainment was available in this, underlying district,
Then it's allowed.
Then, that's a possibility.
I just want to try to be all encompassing because we're, as Tom Harkins was saying, it's a wonderful thing to bring into town. And so it's a wonderful thing to bring into town. Can we make it as wonderful as it can be, as possible? I understand that underlying districts and the complication that all produces as far as trying to allow multiple things to help accommodate this one particular thing. I can appreciate that. But what can we do to make it the best it can be? And if it's needed to wait a little while longer, maybe that's the best way to do it. But I'm not an expert on this, maybe amendments down the line, but it's always easier to get it right the first time than to do something now and then change it later on, fix the faults or add it. We're talking a few months down the line. Basically, I think we're just talking, basically a few months later. For the fall time meeting.
By the way, I've got no problem with having zoning in the fall.
Me either.
Same here.
Okay.
Not the planning board that doesn't want to do zoning in the fall, believe me.
Thanks for your support, Artie.
What's that?
Thanks for your support.
Oh yeah, no, really, to some degree, I call it almost like a no-brainer. It's just a matter of making sure that we protect the people that don't always have a voice, or have a lesser voice, or have a lesser time in the future to have their voice. I just think that's where I'm falling. And I think we can do something. I think it's a great thing we can do. Just get it right. That's all. Not always the easiest thing in the world to do, but I appreciate you guys talking about it and how late you work.
Thank you, Artie. It's getting later. It's 5 minutes to 11, and I've got 3 people who haven't spoken and 2 people who want to speak again. Elizabeth Caponia. Alex, will you bring Ms. Caponia over, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, may we have your name and address?
Is my video camera on? Maybe not.
No, it's not.
Oh, at least you can hear me. Elizabeth Caponia, 27 Highland Terrace, Town Meeting Member Precinct J. I want to say thank you, Artie. And I liked your guest, Ken, who wants to open up a microbrewery. A great spot for that would be the place where Acapulco's used to be, right at the Route 128 exit. That's a big facility. It's not near any houses or homes, has plenty of parking, room for trucks, you name it. So Ken, you have a place there, I think, if you're interested in this bill passes at town meeting. So I'm speaking from the standpoint of the residents who have been proposed all sorts of unfavorable things over the years, not only from Panera Plaza, but the marijuana clinic that was supposed to go in the yogurt shop across the street from us. The only thing that saved us from that was the 1,000-foot buffer that this type of establishment had to homes and to schools, to playgrounds, that kind of stuff. So what I feel is we really need a buffer. Otherwise, it's going to come at us over and over again that we have to fight. We have to fight in front of the select board, the planning board, multiple meetings up until 11 o'clock at night. I think it would just make it easier on everybody, and also the people that want to set up such an establishment, that they know they don't have to go through a process of fighting for everything, because the residents will fight back. So you would eliminate uncertainty, because as Ken says, he has to get all sorts of licenses, a lease, he has to get everything going. And then just to have residents fight back and be a battle, So it isn't fair to businesses who want to set up shop for microbreweries or pubs or to residents. So I'm very strongly in favor of a buffer to residences. And especially, it's not like there's just one house that's, 100 yards away, especially densely populated areas like we are here on Highland Terrace and Riverside Street. And, it just, so that's my thought process. I mean, I do think it's a great idea to bring these establishments to Needham. But we have to be careful, not always that it's imposed in the areas repeatedly. I mean, Precinct J gets all sorts of nasty things thrown at it. Anything undesirable comes to Precinct J, and we constantly are having to fight. It seems that I'm at every planning board meeting, every zoning board meeting. It just never stops.
Ms. Caponia, do you have a suggested buffer distance?
Well, we were talking amongst ourselves in the neighborhood, and I know you got another letter from another gentleman who was also a town meeting member at the end of our street. And we've pretty much, and a lady who was a town meeting member also, Janice Epstein. We all felt what would be reasonable is 500 feet.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's it. I know it's very late and other people want to speak, but thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your feedback. We appreciate it.
Okay.
I didn't thank Artie. I want to thank Artie for his feedback. Michelle Herman, you're next up. Alex, please bring Ms. Herman over.
Hi, can you see me?
Hi, yes, we can. Welcome. Please state your name.
Hi, sorry, wasn't ready for this meeting. I just found out about two hours ago. Michelle Herman, I live at 33 Bridge Street. I first of all wanted to commend you all and thank you for having this meeting so late and that you are considering having microbreweries, which I think would be tremendous. Excellent for the town. I mean, what we've gone through in COVID and everything, I think more and more things to make people happy will be better for the town. That said, I have to say my little piece. So I am not a drinker. I do not drink at all, but I am a cannabis consumer. And I really would love that you would be able to somehow consider some kind of farm to table kind of business that could be in Needham. I think it would be very helpful for everyone, educational for everyone. I think the tax money would be excellent. And I don't think it would be as scary as everybody thinks it's going to be. I'm not talking about having a straight retail store. That's something that I personally am not in favor of, but I do like these farm to table establishments where you can consume and you can purchase and take home and you can learn a little bit of something, not just actually just sit around and be at a quote unquote cannabis bar. So, and please use the word cannabis instead of marijuana. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Herman.
But just not everybody drinks. Some of us want to consume other things. Just consider it for the future.
We appreciate
Okay,
that.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye now. Okay, Mr. Negosian, John Negosian, will you bring Mr. Negosian over, please, Alex? Hello, Mr. Negosian, welcome back. Please unmute yourself and state your name and address.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. I don't know if you can see me, but
No, we
twice
can't. That's okay. Name and address, please.
John Negosian, South Street, twice in one night. I want to just say a few things. I really would like you in the language, everything, to simplify it a little bit. We have a neighborhood. The bedrooms are Highland Terrace. The bedrooms are 10 feet off the property line. And there's, I think, 11 families abutting that. I would like to address the entertainment. If there's places that have entertainment, the people generally walk outside and smoke. And when it's close to a neighborhood, that's not good. The smoke travels. I'd also like you to try to find out what the state regulations are and whose would supersede what. We're dealing with this with clinics right now. Who supersedes? Does the state supersede the microbreweries and the brew pubs?
They work in tandem, Mr. Negotian.
Yeah.
Somebody would have to meet the requirements of both the state requirements and the town's requirements.
Does the board know what the states are yet?
Well, the state requirements have nothing to do with zoning. They have to do with the operations of the entities.
Well, we're trying to rezone it to accept it, correct? And if we make a rule and then the state would have, if we zone it something, the state could overrule it.
Well, the
That's
state,
where I'm trying to go with that.
the state can control, we can zone it so that they can have it in the town and in the zone. And then the state would regulate how they have to operate, as with the select board.
Well, I just think that the board should learn what the state regulations are to fall under the guidelines. I'm not sure the board is well aware of what the state regulations are. And I think we should do some homework there.
I want to say that we did. I could probably pull out the file right in the other room back here. We looked at the state regulations to make sure that our framework made some sense in the context of those regulations. Certainly, we don't have any control about permitting that's done on the state level, or what laws there are with regard to liquor warehouse and distribution. But we made an effort to understand them. I don't want to leave the impression that we didn't pay any attention.
No, I'm not saying you didn't, but I think it was pretty vague. And the first kid that wants to open up his own microbrewery or whatever it is, he seemed to know an awful lot more than your average person. Okay.
Yeah, well,
He seems to be very well versed in the microbrewery and the brew pubs. Okay.
Mr. Negotian, may
Yeah.
I?
Go ahead.
My recollection of the special permit, and Lee can correct me if I'm wrong. My recollection of the special permit for the Panera Bread area is that they're not allowed to have a restaurant other than Panera Bread.
You're 100% right.
Brew pub is basically a restaurant. So that's not allowed by their special permit right now. And I believe, now I wasn't on the board when that permit was originally written, but I would imagine that is there because of neighborhood concerns that you just expressed about people coming out of restaurants that serve alcohol. So, for that particular plaza, I think that's already contemplated, that at least the brew pub would not be allowed. Now, a microbrewery is a totally different animal. But a microbrewery, I think, we're talking about something that's going to be producing up to 15,000 barrels a year. I don't think that what's there is large enough for somebody to operate a microbrewery in that area. And we've had the comments from Artie Crocker and Ms. Capania. I think that this board is going to seriously consider ways of exempting the Highland Terrace area, an area from the Highland Terrace area from allowing this. I know I'm personally in favor of trying to find a way to do that.
Agreed.
Yes.
Well-
So So that's two.
I
Um,
appreciate that. I really do. And I would like to say you're right about that. The only restaurant in the complex is that it's allowed is the Panera Bread.
Right.
But they could go back for another special permit. They just did a year ago and it wasn't accepted. The planning board rejected the restaurant aspect of it.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. Correct.
Right. Correct.
I would say, I would also like to say is I've done some research. Predominantly, the closest alcoholic serving facilities in the town are approximately 250 feet away from residents. That's not done yet. I'm not done. Now Raymond's, there's houses there that are near Raymond's, but those are commercial properties that there's still houses on, if you understand what I'm saying. Do you get that?
Yeah, they're commercially zoned, you mean?
They're commercially zoned properties. They just still happen to have houses on them.
Some
Okay.
pre-existing non-conforming houses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I would probably say Blue on Highland to the rear is the closest, and I'm shooting at 250 feet. Yet I don't know, but I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth in there. Okay, and I was aware of exactly what you said, but unfortunately, that anybody can go up and try to change, and that still would maybe meet under a microbrewery. But okay, you have a lot of people waiting, and I'd like to thank Martin for his time served. Okay, good luck with your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marty, don't let it go to your head. Lewis is note 10.
Marty has one more meeting with us, doesn't
Marty,
he?
you have one more meeting to let it go to your head, and then after that.
I've only got 1 foot out the door. Yeah.
Lewis, I know you spoke before, but I'm going to ask you to repeat your name and address for us, please. And we're after 11, so if you can keep it short since you already spoke, I'd appreciate it. You there, Lou? Can you unmute yourself?
Okay, there. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Initially I was concerned, first of all, in favor of, the Brew Publish is great. Ken spoke very well about it. It'd be nice to have him come to the community as well. I was a bit concerned that notice was given prior to tonight's hearing, but in listening to everybody, it sounds like that they're going to need more time in order to really put this together going forward. I know that there's talk about the Highland Terrace, which it sounds like, that's not going to fly because of the neighborhood, but the Arbor, Crescent, and Hillside, although they're all an industrial component, they also all have residential component as well. So I think that the neighbors will speak, because according to Marty and everyone else, that it's going to require a special permit wherever it goes. So, I hope that they'll reconsider the other industrial areas on Hillside and Crescent, prior to taking this thing to town meeting. That's all I have really to say.
Thank you, Lewis. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ken G would like to speak again. Bring Ken G over. He seems to be the last one with a hand raised right now. So we're almost done, unless somebody else comes forward. Hi, Ken. Welcome back.
Hi again, folks. I think I should first thank Mr. Negocian.
Name and address again, please, Ken.
Ken Gantz, 26 Holmes Street. I wanted to thank him for, I feel a year older. I don't know about you all, but I feel a year older already this evening, but for calling a 40-year-old a kid. maybe makes sense in this context. But anyway, I have done my homework. I happen to be a real estate attorney. I also happen to be interested in opening Needham's first microbrewery. So yes, I've done my homework. I want to just put this out there that it feels like you all have too. And please don't let my criticism, or frankly, not criticism, but my questioning, my line of questioning to try to figure out exactly what the interpretation of the language is. Please don't let perfection get in the way of progress. I think that the intention behind this bylaw amendment is to be applauded. So I say this because as a resident, I would love to get the first microbrewery and brew pub separately open as a community amenity. I say it also, whether that is or is not part of my doing, I think we need that. And I think putting this off for another 6 months, putting it off for a year, and I hear all the concerns. I will tell the concerned residents that I certainly have no interest in opening a business anywhere where it's not going to be welcomed by the community around me. It is hard enough to find space, commercial space. I really would encourage you all to consider that each applicant is going to be in front of you in terms of a special permit request. I say this because I understand the concerns of the folks in near the Panera development, and I understand why that doesn't make sense in that case. But I think a blanket rule is going to create more confusion, more chaos, more restrictiveness than may need to be the case in other areas. And so anyway, I say, please pass something. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. So,
Mr. Chair, I move to close the hearing.
thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Natasha seconded the motion. Any discussion on the motion to close the hearing? Let's take a vote. Jean McKnight,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. A very productive and a very informative public hearing.
And I will say, Mr. Chair, I don't want to preclude our ability to improve this in the next week.
No. I don't know I forget what we have on our agenda for next week, but we certainly have this.
Right, but I think from what I've heard, we have some specific areas for improvements, and I'd like to make an effort to make some of those improvements and see what we can work towards and finalize for next week.
Sounds good. It's already 11:15, and we have a few more things on our agenda. Some things that I'm hoping maybe we can just postpone, but let me find my agenda here.
The next item on our agenda. Mr.
Farmers
Chair, is the
Market,
Farmers Market.
Needham Farmers Market, the decision.
Was there any comment on this decision that requires any further change or anything, Lee?
I have a couple of questions or comments. I think they're very minor.
And I received a couple from Marty, but they're minor, and I can tell you what they are.
Okay.
And there's all these emails from Mr. Friedman about changes. Were they already made?
No, I have not addressed anything that you raised.
Oh,
I
okay.
think the only issue that he had substantively here is at section 3.5, where you have the provision that says at least 80% of all vendors shall sell fresh produce and other food products.
Mhm.
And Mr. Friedman had an issue with that and wanted to have kind of more general language. He has represented to us that there are going to be 16 food vendors. So why don't we just say that? Just put the number 16 there. 16 vendors shall sell fresh produce and other food products. We do that all the time. Somebody makes a representation that something's going to happen, and so we put it in as a condition, that that's what it's going to be. I would hope that Jeff wouldn't have a problem with that. The other question that I have is at 3.13. All trash and waste shall be confined to the site and shall be removed from the site promptly during breakdown. No trash or waste shall be left on the site at the end of the breakdown at 6 p.m. But my recollection is that the breakout time is 2 hours from the close at 3 p.m., which makes it 5 p.m. 6 p.m. should be changed to 5 p.m. at section 3.13. That's it. Just those two changes.
I think Marty had a couple technical changes, I think in section 1.13 and in section 3.10. I used the term Dedham Street where it really should be, I think I used the term Dedham Street lot where it really should be Dedham Avenue lot, so I can make the change.
Yep.
I think there was an exhibit that I failed to reference in section 1.7. Which I can fix. And I think there was a place where I used, I think it was in section 1.6, I used 11 p.m. when it should have been 11 a.m. And I can make those
Right.
changes.
Good.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Block.
I move that we grant the requested major site plan review special permit under section 7.4 of the bylaw and the requested special permit under section 3.2.1 of the bylaw for a farmer's market in the single residence B zoning district, and the requested special permit under section 5.1.1.5 of the bylaw to waive strict adherence with the off-street parking requirements of section 5.1.2 required parking and 5.1.3 of the bylaw with respect to off-street parking requirements, subject to and with the benefit of the following plan modifications and conditions contained in the amended decision dated March 28th, 2022, as further amended by our discussion tonight.
Second that.
Very good. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. That's unanimously voted. I need a motion to approve the decision with the changes that we just discussed.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye.
Mr. Chair, I'd like at this time to move into executive session.
I just need to dispose of quickly. The request for the A&R plan has been withdrawn.
Oh,
It hasn't been withdrawn, it's
No,
being
you're right.
delayed.
Right. He has, well, it's been withdrawn from tonight. He's going to come back with a revised A&R plan.
good.
Probably.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that the planning board vote to convene an executive session for the purposes of discussing strategy with respect to litigation, being Needham Enterprises LLC versus the town of Needham Planning Board, because the chair declares that having such discussion in open session would have a detrimental effect on the board's litigation position and to allow our staff here, Alex and Lee, of our town planner and assistant town planner, to participate in the discussion and to adjourn at the conclusion of the executive session without returning to open session.
Thank you. Do I have a second for that motion?
I'll,
Second.
yeah, that's
Do you want
fine.
us-
For discussion, I guess you heard a second, but just as discussion, I just want to mention, if we're not going to return to our agenda, should we just note there was some correspondence received that was in our package?
I'm trying to remember if there was additional correspondence.
From a Jim Flanagan?
Yes,
Jim-
Jim Flanagan having to do with the Housing Working Group.
Right. Thank you for
and-
mentioning it.
He
Yeah.
he asks if we could possibly have ADUs on this May town meeting. Of course, we can't at this point. It's too late.
Right.
Um,
And we also got some correspondence regarding the letter going to the town clerk about the golf.
And there was
facility
also,
Drawing.
but there was also something from Susan Welby.
Yeah, the
about-
League of Women Voters, they want volunteers from our board to be at the warrant
Yeah, we
meeting.
can take that up on the 5th. We've got plenty of time for that. And lastly, we are foregoing until next time, the minutes and the report of the planning director. Okay? So with that, we've had a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, so the motion to go into executive session and to adjourn the meeting at the adjournment of the executive session. Jean McKnight,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs.
Aye.
Thank you. And note that we have a separate Zoom sign in for the executive session. So please log out of here and log into the special Zoom for the executive session. And we'll see you all soon.
Thank you.
Okay.